Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, welcome along to tonight's, this morning's, this afternoon's, wherever you are in the world, Tsujigiri Collective Drift Challenge Saturday Showdown Random Draw Competition Top 32 Random Words, just so many words to start off the stream with. Hello. My name is Ben Somerville. I am one of the team leaders here at Tsujigiri Collective, and it is my pleasure to be chatting rubbish with you over the course of the next few hours. Tropical Pigeon, thank you very much for the resubscribe. A 5-month streak, you sexy person. Hello to Scranner's already talked in on the chat. Crazy NSD, I'm not going to read that out. You're not going to get me today. Lev Devils, Rise Stencil, hey, welcome along. Jamie Healey, Silverback, all of you guys in the chat, welcome. Hello. We are here with a fresh track, something we haven't done in a very long time, running our all new Tsujigiri Pro Pack cars on to our new server setup with all of these new people. We are very excited to be here. Periodically, because still our bot is fighting back, I will drop into the chat the website should you guys want to be able to get access to everything. It is via tsujigiri.world. And if you go to our YouTube, you can try and load the new cars. If you haven't already, the link is in the bottom of the description. So, what are we doing this week? That is a fantastic question. Thank you all so much for asking. Yes, sarcasm has started already. It's perfect. That's how I like to get my day kicked off. What are we doing today? Well, we are at this shiny new track. We are at Fern Bay. It is not ripped by us. I want to hesitate just to put that out there straight away, because I know that the guys at LFS are litigious as all hell. We have found this floating around the internet and it was always one of our favourite tracks when we were running Live for Speed back in the day. This is a port of Fern Bay, and we're using the back section that was put in late on into the evolution of the game, and we're going to be running this section in a full comp layout. We've tweaked it, the version that we found, and just added in all the outer clips and everything, and it's all looking wonderful. I am going to run through with you, before we get anywhere else, our battle rules, the things that the drivers need to be aware of when they are doing their battles, so that you guys understand it, and then I'm going to jump in with the drivers and give them their briefing for the track, because they do not necessarily know all the decel zones or all of the things that we're doing, and then you guys can hear any of the feedback they give. That's what we're here to do. So if you are not familiar with competition drifting, what we do is we take a group of entrants. Our Patreons get priority on the sign up, and then once we switch across, Zura, thanks for the like, welcome along. Once we switch across to open entry, then the rest of the universe is able to enter, and we take the first 32 combined between what's signed up on our Patreon and the sign up on our normal competition sign up, and they get thrown into a random list reorganizer, and we then put them into a battle tree in the way that it's come out, so that they are then set up ready to battle. Now, what do we mean by battles? Let me show you. First of all, this is what we expect of our drivers. For tandem battles, which is what we're starting straight off with right away, this is drivers competing in an elimination head-to-head battle. Each battle consists of 2 runs. Each driver will lead and chase once per battle, so they do a run and then switch round, coming back to the start on the same tyres, and then the judges choose a winner based on the combination of both runs, or they can opt to have the battle again. Tonight we are trying out a high-speed format. We have 2 judges tonight. We have Caleb Dauphiny, VDC driver, and we have Christopher Ennis, the owner, manager, operator of Eclipse Motorsport, and one of the sponsors of the team in real life and in virtual drifting. And Chris is an experienced spotter in real life and also actual drift mechanic. So those are the guys who are going to be doing the judging. If they come to a loggerheads and can't decide what to do, then I will jump in with a third opinion, and if we all say one more time, then they go again. But we're doing it on a 2-person majority, with an extra deciding vote as needed to try and streamline everything. What do we mean by a battle? Well, what are we looking for? First of all, we are putting certain demands onto our lead driver, and they look like this. The lead driver must run as close as possible to a perfect line, as per the driver briefing and the track map, which you're about to see in here. Tim Sire, hey, welcome along, thank you. Danny Wyman, hello, hello. They must ensure that the run is easy to chase. Now, this is a catch-all, guys. If you're looking at our rules, this is a catch-all, because if it's not easy to chase, then the guys will get a 0. They will not be able to continue on. They will have a massive disadvantage. They must conform to the throttle map as per the briefing, again, which you guys are about to see. So, fundamentally, lead driver has to make it so that the chase driver can get up onto their door and twin with them cleanly. And that means, from the chase driver, we want them to initiate no later excuse me, than the final countdown cone, which is actually a white line on the ground here at Fern Bay. Maintain closest possible proximity to the lead car without compromising their line, and then match or better the lead car's angle. So our priority, first and foremost, as judges, we want them close to the car in front, and then we want them to match their angle. That's what we're looking for during this competition. If they've got a big, powerful, high-speed, well-set-up, grippy car, and they are not managing to match their angle, but they are keeping the proximity, they will actually get marked down. That is a crucial thing. Before I jump into the chat, Vos & Co, welcome along, thank you very much. Scranners, seeing that, and Reax TTV, hello, thank you for the follow, welcome along, hope you guys enjoy the stream. And David Diasamidzi, the game on YouTube is marked as NFS 2015. Well, of course it is. Nothing would ever be perfectly simple, even if we wanted it to be. So, here we go. I'm going to jump into the chat now. If you hear a load of swearing, that's because our drivers are just wonderful human beings, salt of the earth types, really chipper, high let's just see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good morning. I was literally just about to say you're live on the stream, please don't swear, but I'm really glad that I could do it just in time for you to drop a straight in F-bomb immediately. That's really improved my day. Welcome, that's good. Enjoyed that. Right. I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to go on a murder spree. All of you are going to wind up on the end of my spear. Not in a sexy way. $20 for the win. $20 is not enough. Not enough, especially after you immediately dropped an F-bomb and demonetized me. Listeal, thank you for... Oh, sorry. iSteal. For... Look, $20 may be $20, but there is not 600 in the Patreon, so I'm not doing drunken stream. And until there's 600 in the Patreon and I'm drunk, I'm unbribable. That's how it works. So, Drivers, please stop driving so that you can listen to the briefing. If you wish to see the images, they will be going up onto the stream as I talk about them, and they are also referenced in the rules and regulations in the Discord. So if you want to have a look at the track map, that is the way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, this is our track. We are at Fern Bay. This is our lovely drawing representation of it, so you can see that. Oh, and I'm amazing. I got lucky. I hadn't put the desktop audio back in, so the F-bomb didn't come through. Amazing. Don't. I've just turned you all up, so don't you dare start now. Oh, God. I hate you all so very, very much. Life would be simple if it wasn't so filled with people. Right, this is Fern Bay, ladies and gentlemen. As you are looking at your screen, the run-in comes along the bottom of the screen, the start line in the bottom right. It is a straight-in acceleration from the start chicane. The left-hand lane leads. Our drivers will come through that initiation zone, and you can see there that is a big decel, that big red stripe, a nice big decel zone for our drivers. Chase drivers, please expect lead drivers to decel there. Unless there is excessive decel and it is obvious to everyone who is watching that it is excessive decel, you as the chase driver will get pinged for hitting the lead driver. So excessive decel, we'll put it on the lead. Everything else goes on the chase driver unless it is excessive decel. You will then swing out into outer zone 1, just to highlight that the final initiation point is the white line on the floor. We expect you guys to initiate smoothly and early. If you have not initiated by the white line on the floor, then you will not have initiated in time. We will mark that as an inactive run.
There's a white line.
I have not seen a white line on the track.
Oh, there should be a white line on the floor. All right, I will go and have a look at that and we'll reassess. If it's just we'll call it by clip 1. There should have been a white line left on the floor that you should be able to see, but I think the texture might have changed.
The
rumble strip, could that be used?
Let's do the rumble strip. End of the rumble strip, start the rumble strip. Yes, there, we'll do that. That makes sense. I'm going to buzz around in the background here. We'll do by the... Yeah, it was at the end of the rumble... Oh, no, sorry. There is still the remnants of a line. It is the start of the fatter part of the rumble strip. But what we will do is we will say that it is... You must be initiated before the end of the rumble strip.
That's fair.
And I can see someone just gently tootling around in a Fiat, so that must be one of the judges. There we go. Look at that. That is excellent.
Oh, that's such a tea.
That's such a sexy look.
Oh,
So, here we go. Clip 1 is an outer zone at the start of the run, and it is only through the first half of that corner. I want to emphasize this. The clip is the point that we want you to ride the outside line to. You do not need to maintain an absolute outside line all the way from clip 1 around to clip 2. The natural flow will bring you slightly infield. We're not expecting you to run all the way out to the start of that second rumble strip, the concrete on the outside edge, as I just switched back to the screen, and although you guys can't see it, whoever was driving that judge's car just span out into the sand. That was good fun. So you don't need to run the outside line all the way round after clip 1. You can come slightly infield. Obviously, just cutting directly across will result in you coming to a grinding halt at clip 2, but be sensible here. We're not expecting you to run the grass the whole way round. Out to clip 2, which is an outside clip touch and go on the left-hand side of the circuit as you start to come uphill. Then a smooth transition. We want you to transition in a sensible position. Guys trying to extend excessively through clip 2 and then snap across will be penalised for a reduction in their chaseability of their lead line. We want you to smoothly transition across and angle up through clip 3, which is an outside touch and go on the right hand side of the track coming up to the crest of the hill. As you go through that, it is not, as you can see from our throttle map, it is not a decel zone. However, as you come through it, you will naturally angle up and move towards the inside of the track and slow down a little bit. So, chase drivers going ye big yeety Sendy McSenderson up the inside there and smashing into the lead car. If we can't see brake lights and we can't see their handbrake, that one's on you. You will expect them to slow up slightly because their angle will slow them up into that section. Because from there, they are pushing into clip 4, which is an inside clip at an early apex on that full sweeping left-hander. That's then, from there, a push out wide to clip 5 on the outside right-hand edge of the track, starting to come back downhill. Now that one, you will find you naturally extend a little bit. We don't want you getting into that snapping across and then trying desperately to drag your way down to clip 6 through clip 5 smoothly, so your transition takes you across to clip 7. Now the decel zone for that final section at 7, which is the outside touch and go on the left-hand side of the track, we will accept decel from halfway between the rumble strip to clip 7 itself and then halfway down the rumble strip on the other side. You'll see what I mean when you next drive it. It gives you a massive area there through the clip itself where you can angle up aggressively and decel. We will, and I'm saying this now, and it's partly because Chris isn't here, but I know this is going to get right on Craig's nether regions. We will allow a controlled backwards entry as long as you do not stall out or excessively decel. So if you can come powering through there, and you can maintain angle, and there isn't a huge correction from the steering, and you can make it to that inside clip, and you've not made a tit of yourself, and you've not slowed down like you've just thrown an anchor out the back of the car, and the guy behind can chase it, then by all means do it. But if you don't meet any of those criteria, it will count against you. You've got to hit all of those criteria. So 90 degrees, absolutely fine. Backwards, fine, as long as you meet all of those criteria. Because from clip 6, you're going to push that inside clip at 7, and from there it should be a smooth arc through across to the left hand side of the track as you cross the line. If you stall up coming through 7 and you end up tight on the inside line as the lead driver, that's on you. We will consider that as being a lack of speed, excessive decel. Any problems in that final corner will be on the lead car. Chase car, if you clatter into them in the decel zone there, then all the usual rules apply. That'll be on you. Lead car has right of way unless they have done something stupid. So you guys can get your giant testicles screwed on and go for the big backwards entry if you think that you are capable of doing it without having any of those problems, but any single one of those will result in a massive penalty against you because it will become unchaseable very quickly. Is everyone happy with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Then
Question regarding overtakes. If lead driver goes wide, are we allowed to overtake in chase position?
If they go wide,
If they overshoot the braking zone and overshoot clip 7,
yes.
are we allowed to overtake the inside?
If they've overshot it so badly that there's room for you to get an almost backwards E92 or SC300 up the inside, then go for the overtake. If they are mid-line and you're having to dive up on the grass to get past them, then no. But if they are wide and slowing down and trying to get to the inside and it causes you so many problems that you are straight, then the onus is on the lead car there for the excessive decel and being offline and being unchaseable. If you literally cannot keep up with them onto that section because they're doing something so stupid and you have to shut it down to avoid a collision, fine, that's on the lead driver. But if there's room for you to get a full-sized C300 up there without crashing into someone, by all means, send it up the inside. But you've got to be on the track. You can't be half on the grass doing it.
No, I I was thinking about a full overtake. Basically, they overshoot the inside clips or clip 7 so badly that you can crawl on the inside and do like the correct line through there, and they overshoot it and just send it almost into the beach.
Then that's
Are you
fine.
allowed to
But they're
overtake?
they're gonna have to have really overshot it for that to be sufficient room.
And if they do that and you don't overtake them, then you will probably win that battle anyways.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. You
You're
won't.
better off not to take that chance. To be honest,
you won't seal the fate of the person you're chasing by doing the overtake. You'll just make sure that there's more of a chance for you to mess it up. Because if you clip them as you do that overtake, that's on you for making contact in the lead position. If you can get past cleanly, fine. But if you start smashing into them and they then can't get back onto line, then that contact will be put at fault of the chase driver. Even though they're offline, smashing into them is not okay. It is not a destruction derby. Someone else had a question.
Quick question about outer cone 2, 3, and 4. Do you want the rear bumper on those cones or the rear tire on that yellow line?
Yep, that's a great question. And what I should highlight, guys, is that we have put in all of the marks as A, B, and C lines. So the guys who are drifting, stop right now. Back to pits. You're not to be practicing during the briefing, please. Thank you. So you've got your 3 lines, and they do go onto the rumble strip. There is a very slight reduction in grip on the rumble strip, but we're talking 0.5%. So we're not going to penalise that. What we would like is on the outer zones, the bumpers will be considered the bumpers will be considered to be the defining feature. So if you are on the A line with your bumper, then that is maximum points for that clip, and if you're on the B line, it's slight reduction. C line, slight reduction. If you don't make it into the yellow marks at all, it's a missed clip. But on the inside clips at 4 and at 7, that is your front wheel. So your lead front wheel on the inside clips and your bumper on the outside clips. Does that make sense to everyone? Oh God, what's Craig reading about?
I have one more question, Ben.
Okay, go on.
Oh no.
I was just this small thing about clip 2 into 3. So right as you come into 3, can you use a dab of handbrake in the lead to stabilize or not?
Really, with it going uphill there, you shouldn't have to. If you do, and it's so minor that it doesn't affect the guy behind, but if it suddenly causes a concertina and the guy behind goes into you, it's not a decel zone.
Got it. Yeah.
I'll just follow up on that.
Okay.
It wouldn't be enough to decel though. It would just be a dab.
Just to follow up on that, I do it just at the top of the crest where it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect the car.
All right.
That's exactly what I'm talking
about.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say. It's fine,
okay.
But if we see it like if the guy behind you is so sufficiently close to you that you doing that he goes straight into the door, then that is on you as lead car.
For sure. Yeah.
Craig, you're reeing in the background. What's up?
Nothing. I just prefer rear wheels and front bumpers to rear bumpers and front wheels.
That's fair.
Yeah, more standard.
And we would have gone with rear wheels were it not for the fact that one of the clips has ended up on the rumble strip.
See, I almost moved them off the rumble strip, but I didn't know if you put them on there for a reason. So
No.
I left them.
That's fine. But it means for this round, rear bumper, front wheels.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say they were all on the
edge of track rather than.
Right. So I also have a question.
Sure.
When I went to look at it, it was all on the.
Yeah, it's fine. We're moving on. It's said. You've heard it. You've all heard it. Move on. Next question.
Right, so if I may, it's just slightly extending that. So after clip 3, are we allowed just a dab of left foot braking while we're on the gas just to stabilize the slowing down?
So again, left foot braking, that's totally permitted, and because of the way that the left foot braking will work across that section and into some of those areas there, we know as judges that you guys will be left foot braking to try and maintain that position as you're coming round. I'm just going to change this screen so that everyone can see what I'm looking at here on on the screen there. So that is the outer zone all the way around there on the stream. That section can feature a little bit of left foot braking. You can use left foot braking through turn 1 as well. What we're looking for is for it to be just enough to stabilise the car and not enough to affect speed, and we can generally see the difference on this track, especially through that first section and especially into that crest, because the car rides well with just a fraction of left foot brake to keep it tucked under control, and it rides very poorly through the latter half of both of those turns if you have decelled too much. So yes, that is totally fine. Left foot braking in sensible places will not be marked down.
Cheers, thank you, Ben.
No worries. Any other questions before we get on with this?
You might have... I don't know if there was.
I'm gonna guess getting back to the start line just requires driving through the course.
That I could not hear the question. Sorry, it cut out for me. I was about to ask if it was everyone or if it was just me. So basically, when you get to the end, so that's a great question. When you get to the end, you cross that yellow finish line, gently slow down so that the chase car can turn around first without you turning into them as lead car. Chase car can turn around first, and then there are the 2 orange tyre barriers that demark the cut-off, and you guys can drive through those. It's not a solid wall there, and then drive back round to the start. So you don't have to go all the way back up the hill. You can just go through that cut through and back round to the start. And again, as usual, guys, we're expecting a full pull on a set of tyres. If you have a major smash and you end up on your side, then you can go back to the pit. For everything else, do not, and I cannot stress this enough, port back to the pits. Fight every single fibre of your being. Do not go back to the pits unless the car is on its damn roof. Turn around, drive back to the start. It should be a full battle on a set of tyres, even if there are mistakes. Even if you've got them covered in grass, do your burnout, get back to the start, scrub them off. Do not port to the pits unless you are in a wall, upside down, having an interesting meeting with whatever deity you choose to follow. Like that are the only circumstance in which you can port back to the pits, unless the battle is complete and we've told you to go one more time, and then you would go back and get fresh tyres.
Last follow-up question, Ben, and I think this is probably important for everyone. Is there an AI file on this track?
There is, but you guys won't know. You guys won't have it on. It has been defaulted to off. Only myself and any of the judges who have turned it on will have it on.
Yeah.
If someone is, I tell you what, whoever's in the yellow SC300 that's at the extreme ends of the pits, or if one of the judges, whoever's there, is it Chris Lycup? Chris, if you are in your VR and you would like to just gently just go down to turn left out of the pits.
I think that's Lewis.
Okay, Lewis, if you can go down there and just double check that for us, we'll all see that the version of the file that you guys have, just go through the cones, through the tyres, turn around and come back through them, and make sure it doesn't pop up and port you back to pits, please. Just so we can all see it.
You can just turn left out of the pit.
That's true, but this way we all know for sure. That's it. Turn around. Who's revving their engine over here doing donuts? Unacceptable! Cool.
Sorry.
That's all right. So you can see.
Why am I not surprised?
AI line all okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool. On that basis then, guys, one last thing before we get underway. These are your battle tree positions for this week. Why is it flashing up replay? Never mind. So, first up, and to stay on the server after briefing, Bobby Hill, Lewis Monks, Jamie Healey, Jared Snowden, Craig Fulghum, Sir Gregory Fulghum versus Steve Smith, and Robert Kaczynski versus Shay McCullough. You guys stay on the server. Matthew Erickson, thank you for the subscription. Everyone else, I know Ryan's going to ask me about VR and whether he can stay on if he wants to.
It's alright. It's alright. I'll sort it.
Good. Okay. Everyone else.
I managed it last week.
Everyone else, you can now trot off to one of the other servers. There are 3 other servers if you're a patron, 2 other servers if you're not a patron available for you to practice. But it will then be Ryan Cider versus Danielius Parangauskas, Kristaps Putans versus Hayden Winter, Dan Paul versus Alexander Yagaard, and Robin Gunningham versus Charlie Weaver. On the other side of your bracket this evening, first set of the third group is Chris Lycup versus Ian Koenig, William Hartshorn versus Octavian Chelaroo, Andrew Larson versus Andreas Lehn, Jack Lai versus Cormac Gard, and then lastly, last group to come in for this, the final part of the top 32 is Nico Lapinen versus Anthony Norfolk, Emil Leirud versus Brandon Gardner, Zach Mitchell versus Tim Sire, and Edgar's Lasvenis versus Mustafa Amini. That is how things are shaping up. Please make sure you are ready when you are summoned by our driver, wrangler, and start marshal Anders Unger, and we will see you guys all later on for further chats at the end of the bracket. In the meantime, myself and the judges are going to drop down. If there's no final questions, we will talk to you all very soon. Have a fantastic competition.
Good luck, everybody.
Goodbye. Right, we're down here. Hello, judges. I am putting up the top 32 transition across. For some reason, it says replay. For some reason, since we had a Windows update, those of you who are on the stream, since we had a Windows update, unsurprisingly, stuff doesn't work how it should do. Who could possibly have foreseen that? Very, very strange. So certain things have reshuffled themselves, certain other things are doing strange stuff, but this is where we are at. That is the track, that is the section that you can now see there. It should be doing... Top 32 should not have a block on it. Let me do that. Top 32, and this is another thing that's happened, is I thought we'd solved all of these, but it's probably just because I've not got my camera up, which I normally put in. Top 32 is now up. So, those first guys will be coming up to the start very shortly. Christopher and Caleb, how are you guys doing this evening?
Oh, good, thank you.
Well, this morning?
Great, I'm looking forward to this event.
Really?
First event I'm going to see with these cars.
Ah, this is very
see how
exciting.
they outperform.
There's already people cheering for Greg in the chat. That's always good to see. Everyone loves Greg. Everyone loves Greg. Craig Fulghum has only lost one event over the course of the last 6 events. We didn't manage to finish last week, but that is all okay. So our first battle of the evening, you guys are going to see, is Bobby Hill, to lead in Lewis Monks. Let's get Mr. Hill on stream. Bobby Hill is not on the server. Bobby, what is going on? As you guys who can see, who just joined in on the stream, you can see now this this shot that we've just cut to with all of our great sponsors. Thank you very much to Eclipse Motorsport, What Would Dango Do, Grams Performance, Retro Speed Shop, Fiber Factory, and Accelera Tyre for supporting us here as usual. It is great to have all of those guys on board. You'll notice those are all real life sponsors because the main priority of Tsujigiri is our actual real life drift team. This is just to raise the overall standard of drifting in the virtual community and highlight how good it is to use as a practice tool for your real life shenanigans so everyone can have fun in the drifting community. And it's good. It's really good. It does make a big difference having people driving on Assetto. Wouldn't you say, Chris? Do you feel like your drifting's improved?
I actually need to go drifting in real life again at some point to...
Oh yes, there's been a global pandemic. Why? What do you mean you haven't been drifting regularly? How very lackluster and slapdash of you. Oh, totally unacceptable.
Well, we did go drifting, didn't we, in December? But, I mean, there was circumstances, including the weather, that wouldn't really be a fair comparison.
So you don't think that our tropical, well, not tropical, our absolute deluge that we experienced, where we basically got washed out, and the incredible difficulty of trying to run in those conditions, and then the fact that it snowed so hard that we couldn't go the next time afterwards was perhaps, not helping us have a great time?
No.
Okay,
no.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. George RSS, thank you for the resubscription. The Hater, thank you for the follow. JK Saudo KO, thank you for the follow. Matthew Erickson, thank you for the subscription. Nokia Bay, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that and the follow. And Florida S1, thank you for the follow. Sorry, Caleb, I cut across you there to do chat things.
Oh, no, not at all. I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. Right. I'm going to tell Anders, our start line wrangler, that we should now be ready to go.
We have Bobby.
Bobby has joined. Bobby Hill is in. Let's have a look around. So those of you can see, that's where all of our cars are parked up. We've got the judges in our tiny little enjoyable little machines over there. There's your start line there with the and I'm going to say it on the stream just because it was funny. Anders forgot what the actual word was for semaphore earlier, so now refers to it as the light dildo. So this is our light dildo here, so that can be used for starting things, and they will come. There's the light dildo flashing on and off. Thank you very much, Anders. So the light dildo leads them out, and they will then travel down here. That's the old initiation line that I'm just coming over. You can just make it out here, but we're saying that the guys must be initiated by the end of the rumble strip here. Then flying out into this outer zone at 1, all the way around this outside section. Then this is where we said that they didn't have to hang around on the outside. They can come slightly infield. We don't need them running all the way around that outside edge, round and down and across to clip 2, where they will be getting bumpers out to that outside edge over there, and then making the transition across, bumpers out to the outside edge over here as well, so that we can see them come out to clip 3. Then pushing hard in on that transition to the inside edge. Wheels are the priority on the inside clip, bumpers on the outer zones. I know that's backwards to how most people have been doing it recently, but just because some of those outer zones have got people on the rumble strips, we want to make sure that they don't lose grip. Coming down to the inner zone here, front wheels onto that inside section there, rear wheels out onto this section at 5. And if they've got their wheels onto the rumble strip, then they're doing something wrong. Then transitioning down here into 6, this big decel zone at 6, which is going to make some really interesting sections of the battle as these guys come around here, and then across 7 and over the line to finish, before turning around and heading their way back all the way through this beautiful fake countryside with its lovely grass as supplied by Craig, all the way back and across over here. You can see this entire track is modelled on being some kind of, I'm assuming, Mediterranean or Jamaican resort island, where it's just a giant racetrack that is the whole island with hotels and beaches. And I mean, as fantasy millionaire time or billionaire time, I'd build this. I'd find a nice big island about this sort of size, and I would build this track. I think the guys at LFS created something truly spectacular here. And it's one of the best tracks I've ever driven. And this section we're using is, as you can see, barely a fraction of it. So, have you had a chance to drive around it?
Yes.
Well, in that case, we are ready to get underway. The drivers are all ready. Everyone is coming up to the start line. Dirty Ben Jr., can we start, please? Yes, we want to get going as well. Ryan Cider, you need a sponsored by Gamer Girl bathwater ad. People were already asking when we're going to sell the Gamer Girl bathwater. Look, I've got many redeeming strengths, but I don't think anyone wants to be receiving pots of water that I've been laying in. I'm going to tell Anders that we're ready to go. Here we go. This is it. The first battle of our top 32. This is Bobby Hill to lead in. Lewis Monks, let's go. It is go time. Bobby Hill off the line, leading in that new SN95. Lewis Monks in the SC300, 2 of the bigger cars. As Lewis manages to totally mess up that initiation. We'll come over to the judges in a minute, see whether they thought that was excessive decel by Bobby, but he doesn't make it out to clip 2, so he's definitely not got the speed that he should have. Lewis getting lost in the background there as Bobby pushes in onto that inside section. Now getting the hammer down as he comes out to clip 5. This big decel now onto the rumble strip, trying to tuck it in smoothly round and across the line to finish. That is all she wrote for that run, and that is save replay. Let's have a look at the replay there. Our first replay of the day. Oh, it cuts in slightly late. But there we go. We see Bobby pulling away from Lewis after Lewis had that big straighten in the chase position. We'll come to the judges in a minute as we finish out the run. You can see Bobby getting not really fully into inside clip 4 there either. Now into this decel zone, gets onto the rumble strip, does just manage to hold it all under control as he comes round and across the line. Gentlemen, have you got someone at fault in your minds from that first incident in turn 1?
I think it was 50-50.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to you on it at the end. I'm going to send them again. As long as we have someone in mind, then that's good. Nocky Bay, when I'll be your first customer? Oh, God. Confirmed, Ben equals gamer girl. Look, just because I've got the moobs for it doesn't mean that I am actually a gamer girl. So here we are underway as they come flying in. This time it's Bobby Hill in the chase position, coming steaming up onto the door there as they try and get that positioning right. Lewis Monk's coming up the hill now as they go across. There's that big flick transition. Bobby getting a little bit left behind, but Lewis is definitely going to struggle to make it into clip 4 there. He does indeed, doesn't manage to make it to clip 4 at all. Slots into 5. This is the big decel at 6. Are we going to see collision in the first full battle pull as Bobby angles up? Is he going to be able to hold it? Just uses all of the lock to get round and across that line. Wow, that one was more fraught. Let's have a look. We go back to the top of that run. You can see here that big flick initiation from Lewis, but he doesn't actually manage to really get into the clip until quite late through, and then drops a wheel, pushing every one of them onto a slightly strange line. Drops a wheel again at clip 2, flicks hard up the hill at 3, and massively overshoots at 4 there before managing to gather it up. Just about get the car wrangled in. This is that decel. Bobby using the massive amount of locks that SN95 has. He clearly realises that Lewis is going wide and then across the line. And I'm going to ask the question, gentlemen, do you have a winner?
I do.
Yes.
Christopher, oh, there we go. That's it. It's the first time of the night, folks. Regular viewers will now be happy. Chris Ennis says yes. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Bobby.
Your winner is Bobby. And Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Yeah, that's Bobby. Well, you want us to explain?
If you'd like to explain, yes, please. Bobby Hill, though, gets the win and advances on to our top 16. Gentlemen, let's come to Caleb. Your reasoning, please.
Well, neither one of them had, like the perfect run, but Bobby missed a lot of clips lead. That was the main thing. That initiation was a little strange too. I know there was a bit of slowdown, but that is a decel section, so I felt that that was more Lewis's fault for that straighten that he had there. Coming on the second run, Lewis makes a lot of the same mistakes Bobby does. He goes wide, misses a lot of the same clips. He makes the same sort of weird initiation error. So it really came down to me for that going wide in the class.
That's
Bobby
absolutely
didn't
fair. Yeah, I can
that,
understand that. Chris, anything to add?
Not really. No, lead to lead, they were both similar mistakes. Bobby put in a better chase.
Okay. Well, let's move on. We've got them both on the line. Oh, Anders is trying to communicate. He's just trying to communicate.
Hang on.
Hayden Winter getting replaced with Guillermo Cabrera. Okay, let me update that, and that is important because Hayden Winter is in the second part of our bracket. So Hayden Winter has pulled out, and this is one of the reasons why it's so good for us with the number of drivers we have who are available on a regular basis. We make sure that we have an absolutely packed reserve list, and they all have to be available if their name is down. So Guillermo Cabrera. Hope I've spelt that correctly. Probably be easier if I just did this. Sorry for the slight admin moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is people of all genders. It is just about making sure that we have a smooth running competition later on. So Guillermo Cabrera is taking on Kristaps Putans. That's going to be an interesting one. They are ready on the line. This time it is Jamie Healey to lead in Jared, Minty, Snowden. Jamie Healey on the right in that 2JZ powered GT86. The start dildo has lit up. They are underway. Oh, and Anders has clearly called a forced start. Sending them back round. That is a false start. Sending them back round to watch again from the top. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Something strange going on. I can feel it. Okay. They're back under starters' orders. Our driver Marshall and Azunga telling them to get back in place. The dildo lights up green. They are underway. Jamie Healey off the line being chased in. As they come firing in, Jamie in that lead position. Jared Snowden in the chase in the SN95. Jamie in that lead position, starting to put the hammer down on that GT86. It's a very fast car when it gets gripped up and running. He's a little bit over the line there, but he's managed to give Jared a chance to get back in as Jared overshoots massively on clip 4, firing down. This big transition into the decel is going to be crucial. Is Jared going to be able to get back in the fight as Jamie goes wide? Oh, but Jared goes off the inside of the track, and that is all over potentially from that one run. Let's go back and watch the replay, see what happens. We join them midway through that first corner as they come flying through. There you start to see that big gap open up as Jamie comes up the hill into that big transition. Look at the gap he had from Jared there, and it was almost contact as Jared having to back up from being overconfident on the send through the transition. Then into this section down here, Jared just not able to wrangle the car down. All of that lock, you can see he's on absolutely full lock as he comes across the line and back round to the finish. Well, that was a thing. Jared Minty Snowden will now lead in. They are under starters orders. Anders Unger in the starts dildo. Light goes green, they are off. Jared Minty Snowden in the lead position. Jamie Healey in the chase in that GT86. He's moved to that from his S15, which he was using in our old pack for competitions as they get flying in. Jared not quite fulfilling that outer zone at 1, but manages to keep the hammer down, pulling a little bit of a gap now on Jamie. Is this going to be enough to overturn? That's a huge send, but it's brought him up short. That's a huge wobble from Jared in the lead. In fact, he goes fully straight. That's got to be the end of the run as they shut it down. That is going to be all she wrote, surely, for Jared Minty Snowden as they come round and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Just make sure there was nothing untoward. We go straight across to the guys. Tristan535, thank you for the follow. Pac-Man T, thank you for the follow or subscribe. Polar Fox, thank you for the subscribe. And Oddy Tuffer, thank you very much for the follow. So we can see here, that's that first wobble from Minty in the lead position, and then he tries to make up for it with that huge send up into clip 3 with that massive flick transition, and it just causes him to over-rotate, straighten up, and have to shut it down. I assume I know the answer, but gentlemen, Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Oh
no. Oh.
That'll be Jamie.
And Christopher Ennis, your winner, please.
Jamie Healey.
Jamie Healey gets the win. Could I please ask that when we have a result, Chris, could you be responsible of just messaging Anders to tell him the result? Just that NUI, just so I can only do 2 screens at once. I've got 1 monitor and 50 million different things to do.
Yeah, I will.
And in fact, if you can tell him when we're going to go, if you say, we'll say when we're ready, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
So, Jamie Healey advances on. He will take on Bobby Hill in the next round in the top 16. That could be a really good battle. Now we come to our perennial winner, Craig Fulghum. His winning ways goes up against Steve Smith. Now, Steve Smith is a dark horse. Sometimes he has some incredible events, and sometimes it doesn't go his way. Snox, hello Ben, how are you today? I'm well, thank you very much, Snox. Thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoy the stream so far. Nicholas Baden Laro, thank you for the like. Welcome along. So, I'm just getting these guys round to the line. This is going to be Craig Fulghum, the man who cannot stop winning, taking on Steve Smith, the man who is very often a serious competitor, but sometimes his leads let him down. Is he going to be able to do anything about that? These guys are ready. When you're ready, Chris, just say go to Anders. Anders Unger at start line. Marshall, driver wrangler in the light up dildo there at the front, as he referred to it earlier. His starts dildo. And the lights will come on. 3 reds and a green, and as soon as it goes green, they are underway. That is Craig getting off the line really fast in that 2J powered Stefan Stefanov replica, but Steve goes big send. Look at Steve surging up onto that rear quarter, but he might have just gone a little bit hard there. He's losing proximity as Craig gets up the line there. This transition is going to be crucial for Steve. Is he going to be able to hold with Craig? Yes, he is. He's not in the closest of positions, but he's on a good line, managing to tuck up onto that rear quarter. This is some of the better chase driving we've seen from Steve. This decel going to be crucial now as Craig almost goes backward, but Steve's able to match it. Very, very nice from Steve and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. We cut to it just as they flick in. What was that, Chris? Sorry?
Where did that come from?
I don't know. That was some of the best driving we've seen from Steve in ages. I know he likes the new tyre model. I know he likes the fact that it gives him a little bit more side bite, something he can lean on, a little bit more pressure to be able to put through the car. He's just a little bit more confident when he's got that extra to push against. This sounds much more sexually innuendo-y than I intended, but there we go. So they are, if the button will allow me to press it. Oh, this is good. My remote control has stopped working. Excellent. Thank you, iPad. You're a true gem.
Oh,
so, they are background and ready. When you're ready, Chris, let's get them sent. So, this is now Steve Smith in the lead position in that 2J powered GT86 versus Craig Fulghum in that 2J powered RPS 13 left-hand drive Stefan Stefanov replica as they go flying in. Steve gets hooked up onto that outside line, doesn't quite fulfill the clip completely, but it's not a bad line from Steve so far. Gets up onto that compression, out nicely to clip 2, and a good transition from Steve now, getting up onto the inside. Brilliant line through 4 there on that transition. This decel's going to be crucial. Is he going to be able to do something with it? That's nice, and a gap opening up, but has Steve overshot? Oh God, no, I think he has, as he comes round and across the line. That is unfortunate. Oh, and my thing really has crapped out. That is such a shame. Okay. Let's have a look at this.
I thought we were going to be in for a tough decision.
I thought we were going to be in for a tough decision there as well. That is such a shame to see Steve have that problem right at the end, because he was looking really strong through the majority of that run. Hartu thank you for the follow. Snox, nice, yes, always enjoying. Good, thank you very much, welcome along. But that send from Steve there is absolutely defining in the way that it is going to end his day, I believe. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask the question. Christopher Ennis, do you have a winner, please?
I do.
Your winner, please?
Mr. Craig.
Is Sir Gregory Full of Ham. And Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please?
Craig.
Is also Craig. Craig advances. If you could let Anders know, please, Chris. That is going to be, well, that's going to really weigh on Steve's mind, because for a second there, for me, he was almost on for that one more time, because actually I think his lead was in a position where he was probably a little bit stronger than Craig through certain parts of that track there.
I think his chase was better than Craig's.
Ooh, controversial. I think Craig's proximity was great. He was really right up in the pocket.
It was until the end.
But then at the end, that was when he was going wide anyway. So Craig backs off at exactly the right point.
Yeah, but he already pulled the gap coming down the hill.
Regardless, I do need to get a new pen. So I will be right back very quickly.
Caleb's gone for a new pen. That's fine.
I won't press the go button yet. But yes, Steve is getting further and further each week.
Yeah, he's been looking really, really strong. He's been looking much, much stronger recently than he has in the past. It's been great to see that he has been looking that good in those positions. It's unusual for Steve to have a run that is that good and then still throw it away at the end.
Yeah.
Ah, now I know why my remote is disconnected. He's connected to the wrong Wi-Fi network. That's terribly unhelpful. Let's try again. Why it would change Wi-Fi network midway through is a mysteron. Just waiting for Caleb to get back.
I'm here. We're good.
Okay, and my remote control is back up and working. In that case, Chris, it is go time. Let's get them underway. This battle will see Robert Kaczynski versus Shane McCullough. Robert Kaczynski in the lead position. This is almost a carbon copy of the last battle. We are seeing an S13 with a 2J chasing in that 2J powered GT86. So many 2Js. 2Js for days. If only they were this plentiful in real life anymore. As we come firing in, Robert on an amazing line in that lead position, absolutely railing around that outside edge. Is it going to be him that goes on to face Craig and have another 2J86 versus RPS 13 battle? Or is he going to be taken down here as he gets firing onto that inside edge? Shane McCullough starting to get back in the battle as they come down the hill now. Robert Kaczynski goes for that big flick transition, just a little dab of wonder. Oh, Shay's up the inside and there is contact. Let's go back to the replay and have a look at what just happened there as Robert goes off to spend a day at the beach with his family and friends. We can see there in the first run through of the replay, Robert coming out nicely onto that outside line, goes for that big transition, gets it nicely up there, doesn't quite make it all the way out to 3, but does manage to keep things under control nicely. This is where it all starts to fall apart on this run, as Robert goes for this big flick transition, and up the inside comes Shay, and there is contact, big contact, sending Robert out into the grass. Gentlemen, do you have a person to blame? Or at fault, rather. Have you got someone to blame? Everyone needs someone to blame.
Yes.
You've got someone at fault for that. Sadistic Cross 54. Nice name. Thank you for the follow. So, let's move on. Shay McCullough to lead in. When you're ready, give control to Anders. He likes it.
Anders has the power.
He has the power. Anders Unger, driver marshal, light up dildo controller. Here we go. They are off the line. That is Shay McCullough to lead in. Robert Kaczynski. Here they go. The big flick initiation from Robert. They're in the chase position, but a much bigger flick from Shay, almost bringing him up short onto clip 1 as he gets the hammer down now, trying to flow out nicely to 2. That's good. Really filling that clip nicely there. As he goes through the transition, he's very wide there, and it's going to cause problems for Robert in the chase position because Shay was pretty much over the rumble strip as they come now through 4 and out to 5. Shay looking controlled, using that left foot braking. You can see the front and rear lights coming on as he over-rotates, and Robert goes for that overtake that we were talking about in the briefing. Look at that. That is perfectly slotted up the inside. My arm, I know you can't see me, but my arms went up in excitement. I was so keen to see whether that was going to come off or not. Huge flick transition up the hill from Shay. You can see it destabilises Robert Kaczynski in the chase position. He manages to gather it all back up and bring the car under control for this strip. Down into the slowdown. Shay on the rumble strip. You can see he's desperately trying to get the car sorted, and Robert absolutely sees the opening and sends it up the inside. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
For me, that's going to have to be Robert.
Robert Kaczynski gets 1 vote. Christopher Ennis, your vote, please.
Robert.
That is Robert. That is 2 votes for Robert Kaczynski. Robert Kaczynski gets the win and will advance on to the top 16 to face Sir Gregory Fulghum, Craig Fulghum, VDC commentator, driver, and Austin Meeks spotter in Formula D. The man has been around drifting many, many years now and is a perennial winner for us here at Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge. Looking very strong. That is the first 8 from our bracket sorted. That is the first 8 drivers completed. We have 4 people through into the top 16, and those 4 people are as follows: Bobby Hill to take on Jamie Healey, Craig Fulghum to take on Robert Kaczynski. Coming up next, let me show it on your screen so that you can see. Coming up next in the battles, I don't know why it's saying replay. It's managed to get itself confused because of a Windows update. Here we go. That is next. Ryan Cider to take on, Danielis Parangauskas. Kristaps Putans to take on Guillermo Cabrera. Dan Paul to take on Alexander Yagaard. And Robin Gunningham to take on Charlie Weaver, who apparently I've written down as Chari. He's Chari. Chari Weaver. He doesn't get his own full name. He just gets to be called Chari. So, that's nice. I'll correct that now that I've spotted it. On the other side of the bracket, we will then see Chris Lycup taking on Ian Koenig. These guys have been driving together on the server a lot over the last few weeks. They're quite good friends on the server now. Chris Lycup, ex-Formula D driver. Ian Koenig, the young man, just graduated. I believe he's from he's from California, I think he said. And Ian is heading off to become a mechanic, and that's going to be very exciting for him. The 2 people at very different ends of their drifting journey. Chris Lycup having reached the pinnacle of drifting in the US, and Ian just starting out in an S14 with a KA shoved under the hood. Then William Hartshorn will take on Octavian Chelaroo. Andrew Larson will take on Andreas Lane, the pro drifter from Scandinavia, from Norway. Jack Lai will take on Cormac Gard, and then Nico Lapinen versus Anthony Norfolk, Emil Leirud versus Brandon Gardner, Zach Mitchell versus Tim Sire, and Edgar's Lasvenis versus Mustafa Amini. That is how the rest of your top 32 shakes up. It looks like they're loading in now. We've got someone coming up to the line. This looks like a Ryan Cider. He is going to be taking on Danielis Parangauskas. This is going to be our first battle in the second half of the left-hand bracket of the top 16. So, top 32. I got the rest of it so right and then tripped over the last word. What a stupid idiot. Devils, I don't know how to read. Okay. Simon Babin, thank you very much for the like. Welcome along. We got all 3 streams up and running across for all of our guys. Trevor Fileman, evening. Hello, welcome along. Glad to have you here. Let's get rid of that. We don't need the bracket now as Ryan lines up there. Got the Stinger transition set up. Oh, it sounds like there might be coffee brewing in my background, folks. I'm very excited. Oof. It is 9:15 a.m. here. I've been up since the early hours, making sure that everything was sorted so we had a good stream for you. It looks to be coming together. We're just waiting on Danielis Parangauskas to come up to the line. Is he even in the server?
Maybe, if he's got a number.
In future, if people have got numbers, we're just going to ignore them. It's coming.
We have been saying that for 6 months.
We've been saying it for 6 months, but it's actually coming. I'm going to just say, we can't see who you are. You don't get to run.
Numbers, what are you guys talking about?
United coming in.
In the name selection on
So Danielle is number 41.
So, is he 41?
Yeah.
Okay. When you are ready, Chris, let's get Anders to send them. We are ready here. Anders, start line marshal, driver wrangler, telling Ryan to stop being so cheeky and line himself up straight so that he can actually get through without cheating. We don't want anyone having an advantage. We know that that PS13 is probably the second fastest car off the line, but unfortunately for... Oh, and he's vanished. Unfortunately for Danielis Parangauskas, the fastest car off the line is that Mustang, and we know Ryan has been practicing his drag launches. He wants to make sure that he is able to get off the line quickly and get initiated, leaving people behind. As soon as they are ready, send them. Sadistic Cross 54, I would love to do this, but I'm way too bad. Don't worry, come and join in. Not with the competitions necessarily, but there's always people on the servers who are willing to help out. You can come and get experience with some international pro drivers. Some of the best drivers in the world use our car packs and servers to practice. And here we see not 2 of the best pro drivers in the world, but some very, very good sim drifters as Ryan Cider goes firing up that outside line up into clip 3 and now tightens up into 4. But Danielis Parangauskas using a full advantage of that PS13 and its incredible pace as he manages to stick right with Ryan. Ryan goes for that big transition and Danielis makes contact in the decel zone. Now that is a big car, that Mustang, and you have to give it room to move around. It is large and heavy and you've got to allow it to slow down. Let's see what happens. We come through on the replay. Ryan nicely into position, gets out to 2 cleanly, good transition up into 3, lots of angle there, not riding the left foot brake, just stabilising the car on the throttle all the way through out into 4 and 5. This is the crucial part, this transition, goes for the flick, slows it down, gets back on the throttle, and then there is contact there and across the line. Gentlemen, I assume that you have someone at fault.
Very similar to the last battle.
Okay.
Give me a second, my AC crashed.
Aha. Well, yes, you can see that the start line dildo has vanished.
Yes.
Yes. We will just wait for that to return. Sorry about the hold up. These guys are going to have their tyres gently cooling on the line, but sadly, we are all the victims of the computer problems. Those of you who... Look at it reappearing! Those of you who've been watching regularly recently will know that I've been having massive computer issues. That was worth it. To be honest, the fact that Anders broke his AC was worth it just so we could watch that happen. So, Chris Ennis will tell him that we are ready. We will get to see the second half of this battle. The light up start line dildo is going red, red, red and green. It's go time. Danielis Parangauskas getting off the line hard. Ryan bogging a little bit there. That is not the kind of launch that we normally see from Ryan Cider in the chase position, and I think he's going to have a problem here. Danielis Parangauskas is fast off that line as they go now through for this big flick transition. That is it. Look at Danielis Parangauskas angling up. Is he going to be able to keep the momentum? That is a huge slowdown there, using the full lock of the car to try and bring that car nicely in onto that inside clip there. Big angle again, but it pulls him up away from the clip and across across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. It's handbrake drag from Daniels Parangauskas on his way into that first corner. Out nicely onto 2. This transition into 3, he gets really aggressive, pushing up onto the inside edge, and massive angle through clip 4 there, causing Ryan to have to back off a little bit, but Ryan Cider managing to maintain proximity all the way through. Daniels Parangauskas totally misses out on that last clip in order to get the angle. So,
did Ryan punt him down the hill?
Did Ryan punt him down the hill? Let's find out as we go here.
Interesting catch there.
So this is our first time we've had to do a second review of the replay. I didn't see what Chris is seeing, but let's have a look anyway.
I think
Twin Turby,
I
Fractals, thank you for both of the follows. So
it's hard to tell.
Let's have a look here.
Just as it changes camera.
It's just as it changes camera.
Yeah, that's very hard to tell.
It just seems to pick up a load of speed.
Yeah, that's right as the camera transitions, so I honestly can't tell. Yeah. That could have been, yeah, if that is the case, then that would be why he won. But I honestly, the camera switches and I can't see it.
I don't think he does, judging by Ryan's move. If you look at them from straight from side to side, then it looks like Ryan, unless there was decel during the transition, I don't see how he would, because just as that camera comes up to the last section there, as we go to it one more time, just as it's coming up to that last section there, you see before the cutaway that he's already almost cleanly moved across and past the front of Ryan's car, and it doesn't look from that shot like Ryan would be close enough to be able to make contact there at that moment. So just here.
Well, the thing I'm trying to see, if he is touching his rear bumper, then you'd see Ryan's car hesitate a bit. I don't see
it does, as it jumps to the next camera, Ryan's car sort of wobbles.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, we could ask Ryan. Ryan will tell us.
Yeah, Ryan would be honest there. Get Anders to ask. I'm going to put it up on the replay cam one more time for everyone. This is a difficult call.
Yeah, because yeah, it really depends on that.
As Ryan
the thing we could do is we could open the actual replay, but that takes forever, so. Yeah, it's a hard one. It wouldn't be difficult, but because of the camera.
Right, I'm going to couch this.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. Looking at that, I don't think he did.
Okay, they all say no. It's just the camera.
Cool. In that case, we have our answer. We have our answer, and I am going to ask the question. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Ryan.
Ryan Cider gets 1 vote from Caleb.
Yeah.
Christopher Ennis, is it 2?
It is 2.
That is enough for it to be unanimous, and I can confirm that if we'd had to go to a third person on the judging panel, I would have also said Ryan Cider. So, Ryan gets his first win of the night, knocks out Danielis Parangauskas. We like to be sure, I know you guys want us to move on quickly, but we've got to be sure that we're not putting someone through who has taken advantage of a technicality or smashed into someone or anything like that. And of course, with this being a global event, there are difficulties with ping, and there's difficulties with connections and all of this other stuff, so we have to be sure. But we are now, and we will move on. Kristaps Putans takes on Guillermo Cabrera. Kristaps Putans, I have not seen him drive ever before. This is a first for me. He signed up last minute. when they're ready, just send them, Chris. I found Kristaps Putans. Kristaps hasn't driven with us at all before. This is his first time competing at TGDC. Very excited to see this. Guillermo Cabrera has been with us a few times. He's in that RPS 13.5 with the RB28 under the hood, that noisy, rev-happy, aggressive RB28. It is an incredible car. It runs massive angle everywhere. It is no longer the fastest car in the pack by quite a margin. It has been nerfed ever so slightly to make it more S13-y, for want of a better phrase. It now runs the high angle that you would expect from an S13 without the massive traction, as the lights go on and they are green and they are off, and those guys clearly haven't got their custom shaders patch properly installed. As we go for the flick, Guillermo Cabrera absolutely right into the rear section of Kristaps Putans, who was possibly over decelling there, but now they're into the run. Kristaps having problems as he gets hooked up. He is in a no man's land of hurt out here in the middle of the track. That is absolutely not the line we want to see from a lead driver. I know that he was probably a last minute. He was a stand-in driver, I think, and I don't think he's had the practice that he's used to as he comes flying round. Kristaps Putans goes for a day at the beach. I will save that replay. We will watch it anyway, but there is a lot to discuss from that one, guys. Things did not go well.
No, they didn't.
No, they no. Tonight, Chris Ennis says no.
Thing did not win.
I cannot see an enormous amount wrong from Guillermo Cabrera in the chase position there, considering how difficult that lead will have been to follow. He was really putting the time in, as we see just at the end there. Kristaps Putans goes and parks on the grass, gently backwards to contemplate his existence in
really weird lag issue. Well done. Second to last section.
What you eating, Ben?
I have opened my traditional nut bar. I would like to thank Tasty with an I for producing such a delicious snack that I may enjoy for my breakfast. In fact, I've opened it, but I'm not going to eat it because they're ready to go. Let's get them underway.
Sponsored by a snack.
I must highlight, I'm not sponsored by them. They're just they are, as it says on the packet, they are tasty. Nom 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 nom. Confusion, this dude eats nuts. Yeah, I'm eating nuts right now. What are you going to do about it? I challenge you to get on a plane, spend 2 weeks in quarantine and come and face off about it. Guillermo Cabrera gets his big initiation, flying round outside clip 1. He didn't make it all the way into it, but I don't think that there is going to be much in the way of mistakes that he can do through this first section here that are going to make up for all of the problems there. Oh my word, Kristaps Putans in the background almost takes him out, and then Kristaps is now 4 wheels off in the background, and we do a rule here. First zero is run over as Kristaps Putans makes it round through into that final section, but that is Guillermo Cabrera all day long out in the lead position. Gentlemen, I don't think this one's going to be terribly challenging. Try and get that sentence out and then put these nuts in my mouth.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to ask the question. Christopher Ennis, your winner, please.
Guillermo
Cabrera gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say this name, but I'm with Chris here. This isn't gonna happen.
Guillermo Cabrera gets the win and advances on to face Ryan Cider in the top 16. That's going to be interesting. Ryan in his new Mustang against Guillermo in Ryan's old favourite car, the S13.5. Next up, Dan Paul, a recent driver joiner to Tsujigiri. He has been really progressing over the last few months. He is loving competition. Dan Paul leading in Alexander Yagaard, a perennial winner himself, seasoned veteran of drift competitions. They are underway. The lights go green on Anders Dildo as they come flying down into that initiation. That is a lovely line from Dan Paul in the SC300, really railing that outer clip, and it's allowing Alexander Yagaard to get in close proximity as Dan gets that transition just a little bit late up the line. Oh, he's got too much speed. He's definitely going to overshoot clip 4. Is he going to be able to wrangle it back in? Yes, he is. Nicely into 5. Goes for the transition down the line there. Good transition, but that gap has opened up, and sadly he is way off clip as they come through and across the line.
It was a nice, smooth run from Dan, just missing a few clips. And after the entry, I was expecting a bit more.
Sorry, my mouth is full of nuts. Trying desperately to get some breakfast in. E-exempt SR, thank you for the follow. Yes, Chris, I am with you there. That initiation held so much promise. Dan's first clip looking so strong, and then it sadly all fell apart. Sorry, I'm still desperately working my tongue around these nuts. So,
has your assistant not been to deliver the caffeine yet?
No, the caffeine is brewing though. They are back under starters orders. Chris Ennis will say go to Anders. Anders will press the buttons and his start line dildo will flash, and there it is. They are green now, up the line. This is Alexander Yagaard to lead in. They come flying down the line. Now I'm choking on nuts. Oh God. Oh God, and Stan Paul almost kills Alexander Yagaard going through that first section. Absolutely gripped the car up and went flying into the side. Alexander Yagaard gets the rest of this run as a free practice, coming screaming round that top section. Now down onto the outside line through 4 and 5. This is the big slowdown into 6. Does he manage to get it? Yes, he does. Is he going to pull up short? A little bit, but he comes round and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Minty Media, Ben, you got to relax on those nuts. I know, man. Sorry, I'm just too eager. This is most of my problem. God, look at how close that was to a major smash. You would not want to see that coming towards you in VR, or especially not in reality, as that was a huge error by Dan after so much promise in the first half of his first run. To then see it come apart that quickly is a real shame. But, gentlemen, do I even need to ask the question?
You don't.
Alexander Yagaard, a presumptive winner. Caleb, just to confirm.
Yeah, it's
Alexander Yagaard gets the win. That is a sad time for Dan. That's the first time he's managed to really look competitive through a chunk of that run, and he was really almost there, but we will now have to move on and see who will face Alexander Yagaard in the top 16. Our lead first, Robin Gunningham, being chased in by Charlie Weaver. I can't see either of these guys. Bryce is the lead. Yep, they are off the line. That is it. The start line goes green. And it's a full stop. Oh. And Robin Gunningham has decided that he wants to go for a little grass trip, a little bit of safari line there, just to make sure that the tyres are suitably slippery, coated in grass. Perfect execution. So, Charlie Weaver, who has been doing tech for ESDA for their competitions, chasing in Robin Gunningham. Robin is a graphics designer from Scotland. They are back under starters orders. You remember, you get 3 strikes on the start here, so that if they hit the cones again, or if there's a full start again, that's strike 2, and then they would strike out. So they are off the line. It looks like it's a clean getaway this time. Anders leaving the lights on as Robin Gunningham goes for that gentle straight in handbrake initiation. It is a very fast way to initiate round this corner, but he is opening up the gap only to have Charlie jump back into his pocket as they come up the hill. Charlie oversends it, and there's contact as they go up the hill. That is a huge mistake in that lead and chase position coming up that hill there as Robin comes down. That's a straight line. Oh God, this is just not as smooth as we were hoping to see. Let's go back as they come across the line. That might be the weirdest battle of everything so far. Let's have a look as they come through this. Robin in the lead position, trying desperately to smooth out to that outside zone. Here's where he starts to slow down. He goes up the hill. There's no big slowdown there, but Charlie's just got too much grip in that car. Goes for the absolute send up the inside. Here's the transition down the hill. That is a straight line handbrake pull. The question is going to be, gentlemen, that contact earlier in the run, was it a 0? I'm going to watch the replay one more time.
Well, there was before even the contact. Right, really.
Oh yeah, you're right. Coming through clip 2, Charlie goes all 4 wheels straight.
Yeah.
Oh, well spotted.
Eagle eyes. And Charlie has vanished. He is disconnected from the server.
That is, what was it, 5 minutes?
Someone ran out of gas.
Ah.
That's what happened.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing. Has he rage quit? Or has he called his 5 minutes?
I don't know.
He's come back though.
Let me check.
Or it said he was loading in.
Well, that was a thing. It's quite a short run to run out of gas on.
Yeah. That was like having... Yeah, that wasn't even a full run, was it?
No.
That was one corner.
Dave, hello, can I get Discord link, please? Yes, you can. The Discord link is via the website. Sadly, the bot doesn't work, so if you go via the website, tsujigiri.world, that will bring everything up. I will sort the bot this week, I promise. Silverback.
Yeah, I can't imagine he had. Can't imagine he had very much fuel at all if it's one corner.
No, it's a new. As someone has said, Alexander Yagaard saying it's a new record to run out of gas on the first run. That is absolutely true. Let's have a look at that replay cam one more time while we're waiting for him to load in. X to doubt.
So did you run out of fuel when he straightened? He kept going after. I didn't see the point where he ran out of.
Oh, what's happening now?
Yeah, he's still going.
Okay. Alright. I've finished choking on nuts. I guess we send them and see what happens. It is go time. The second half of this battle, I don't really understand where he ran out of fuel because both drivers seem to have smoke coming out the car when they crossed the line. Unless he crossed the line and ran out of fuel. That is off the line cleanly by Charlie, onto the throttle, but there's a bit of a wobble. Oh, it's a huge straighten. That's another straighten by Charlie in the lead position. That is definitely going to have sealed his fate. That is another 0 in the lead position, I would expect. We'll confirm with our judges in a minute, but that looked to me like that was another straighten from Charlie in the lead position as they come flying down the hill. And this is going to be that big transition. He's got a nice line there, but sadly, I think it's going to have all been over in the first half of that battle. Gentlemen.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Robin for me.
Yep. Robin for me as well.
Was it a 0? I was just watching it on the replay just there. He didn't quite get the wheels straight. It looked like it was just in drift, but it wasn't great.
If it wasn't, it wasn't. He didn't do enough to overturn the first run.
In that case, I'm going to ask you gentlemen the question. Caleb Dauphiné, I think I already heard, but your winner, please.
Robin.
Robin gets 1 vote. Christopher Ennis, your vote, please.
Robin.
Robin gets the win and advances on. Charlie will be absolutely furious about that, but Robin Gunningham is going to be facing Alexander Yagaard in the next part of our battles in the top 16. So we are now halfway through the top 32. Your battle tree looks like this. Bobby Hill will take on Jamie Healey, Craig Fulghum versus Robert Kaczynski, Ryan Cider versus Guillermo Cabrera, and Alexander Yagaard versus Robin Gunningham. That is the left-hand side of the bracket decided as they load in on the right-hand side of the bracket. Next up, we will see Christopher Lycup, Formula D driver, versus Ian Koenig, William Hartshorn, ESDA Pro versus Octavian Chelaroo, Andrew Larson versus Andreas Lane, who is a VDC seasoned veteran now, and Jack Lai versus Cormac Guard. Another top-level battle there. Those guys are both extremely good drivers. Jack in VDC, Cormac just an experienced Digital Drifter. Very good quality battle, I hope, from that, although I've definitely jinxed it now that I've said this. Then, in the bottom half of that right-hand side of the bracket, Nico Lapinen versus Anthony Norfolk, Emil Leirud versus Brandon Gardner, Zach Mitchell versus Tim Sire, and Edgar's Lasvenis versus Mustafa Amini. That is how the right-hand side is shaping up. We've got the left-hand side of our top 16 already decided. Moving on now onto the next part. Chat, gentlemen. Anyone who you are particularly excited to see over the course of this next set of battles?
Has Andreas competed before?
I think he's done one before. Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Looking forward to how he'll do. Looking forward to see Jack.
Yeah, that battle I think is going to be really good. That Jack versus Cormac could be a fantastic one. Tropical Pigeon saying Ryan for the win. That's only because you're spotting for him. Corey, you know that you are here. Oh, some support for William Hartshorn. That's always good to see. Always gratifying when Billy has his supports here. Devils, you can choke on my nuts. No, it's all right. I'm choking on these delicious nuts from Tasty. I'm already housebroken. Thank you very much. So.
Oh, what?
Hello.
Are we having a three-way?
The horniest of hearts. Yes, he is. Are we having a three-way? Chris Ennis's quote of the night. Thank you very much. Someone please clip that. If you haven't already, I want a clip of Chris Ennis saying, are we having a three-way? I've competed once, been away for the others. Yes, you have indeed, Andreas. As Ian goes back to make sure he's got his setup, I hope. Also, I had no setup first run, so I felt Charlie's pain. Oh, God.
They come, they go.
And I think you caught Ian there because I believe he just reset the pits. Possibly load that.
If you don't fisk the bot, I challenge you to a drunk stream again. Oh, God, no.
Yes.
Dave, thanks a lot. I might try for a next season. I'm an ESDA EDC driver. Well, good. Yep, definitely want to have you along, Dave. That's cool.
See, here's a good idea, I think, then. Is, maybe in just complete all capital letters on the little server message, but load your setup in all capital.
Yeah, this is
Can we not put
ridiculous
a sign
now.
On the start line?
We want to get them going. Come on, time is of the essence, folks. If you reset the pits in future, I'm going to consider that to be your 5 minutes up. This is not. Once you are at the start line, you should be ready to go, or it's a competition timeout. So I think once we've got these guys up here, we should be putting them under a bit of pressure. Ian has forgotten to load his setup. Is it 4 times now or 5?
Yeah.
I lose count.
Yeah, it's been so many that it has now become a running meme. He is a meme of his own existence. In his darkened this, he won't mind me saying this. Chris, make sure you tell them to go when they're ready. But Ian won't mind me saying this because he routinely shares the video of himself in the chat, and he is a mop-haired teenager, in his late 18s, in a darkened room with a bong. And you've got to respect the fact that he can then do such good skids if he's that high most of the time. I certainly couldn't skid the way he does while I was high. As he comes flying through, Chris Lycup, on the other hand, though, the Formula D professional from a few years ago. He's now retired from Formula D, but he's coming back with a new build this year, absolutely nailing that inside clip, looking nice. But Ian is in the background, looking strong there, a little bit of distance. Certainly won't be keeping the proximity that he wanted. As I say that, there's a wobble from Ian in the background, but Chris Lycup has definitely found the pace in that car. Let's have a look.
I think that initiation, it was very, very nice, but it was going off a bit.
I think, yeah, it put him off because now he's not able to keep that proximity. You can see Chris Lycup has got the absolute jump on him all the way down through this second section, flying down the hill and across the line. That is going to make Ian angry. It was a lovely lead. Chris Lycup is one of the most consistent guys on the server. Anytime you know that you could always push hard against him. He's a really great driver.
He still missed the last clip, though.
He did miss the last clip. Did Ian just go back to pit? Oh no, he just turned around further away. Angry Ian. Yes, the angry Ian is here. They are ready, they are on the line, they are under starters orders. Chris Ennis says go, and Anders will be pressing the button to start. His light up start line dildo are flashing. They are off the line. Here we go. That is it. As they come through, this is going to be Ian Koenig in the lead position and Chris Lycup in the chase. Look at the giant wings of both of those cars tucked in on the smoke there. Chris Lycup keeping that proximity, but Ian's on a lovely line. Just comes up short on 2 as I say that, making me seem like an idiot as he comes flying through now onto that inside zone. Chris Lycup tucked into formation with that big SC300 as he goes flying down the hill. Ian gets that big backwards entry, but it's going to take him wide. Is Chris going to do the overtake as well as they go through and across the line? Yes, he does. That is going to make another angry, and he is going to be furious about the way that has come out. Well, what an event. Here we see Ian, I think he's just put that car back onto too much grip. We spent some time with him over the course of the last week trying to get him to dial back some of the grip so that the car was a little bit more drivable. And looking at the pace he had overall through that first corner, I have a strong suspicion that maybe some of it has gone back on because he's feeling like he was pressured in that position. But sadly, I think we only have one outcome here. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
It will be Chris for me, but I will say that I think part of the gap from Ian is Chris had a great initiation at first. He really did straighten through there, which caused that large gap. So I do want to just make sure that I did see that, but I felt that going around to the other ones Ian wasn't really present enough. Make up for
that's great, and this is why we come to the judges and get a full replay, a full sort of rerun of what you guys have seen. And Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Mr. Lycup.
Chris Lycup gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Next up, we have William Hartshorn to lead in Octavian Chelaroo. They are on the line. They are ready to go. Let's send these cars. Stormblade 21, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Here we go. So they are under starters orders. Anders Unger is our start line marshal, has them under control from his semaphore there. William Hartshorn in the LSX supercharged powered PS13 on the right of your screen. Octavian Chelaroo coming in that 2J powered RPS13 as a big flick from William Hartshorn as he gets out onto the outside line, running that outside line all the way. Look at him using the power of that car to keep on that outer side. Now transitioning hard up into 2. He's on big angle. He does love a big angle run, does Will, but is it going to cause a wobble? Yes, it does. He just wasn't able to keep momentum. But look at Octavian Chelaroo tucked into the pocket as he goes for a big send. Is that going to cause a fluctuation there? It does indeed. He was over aggressive as they came round and across the line. Let's see that on the replay. Slidey CW, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome along. Here we go. They come flying around through that first corner. That's one of the best lines we've seen through that first corner for me all night. That was absolutely spot on from Josh. But as he comes up the hill, he just wants to angle up a little bit too much. If he'd not put that extra angle on coming through clip 4, I think he probably would have been on for one of the better lines overall. But it did cause him to come up shallow with that correction as he comes out into 5. But then the rest of the run, he was looking really strong. Came round and across the line with a little bit of a wobble in the chase position from Octavian Chelaroo. They have switched round. Stormblade, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Octavian Chelaroo now in the lead position. The lights go on and it is green. They are off. This is where we have got to see whether William Hartshorn can keep that same proximity. Octavian Chelaroo was absolutely glued to him through that first corner, but there is a big, almost backwards entry in the chase position from Will Hartshorn. He's going to go up this transition now. Is he going to be able to keep with him? As it looks like Octavian Chelaroo might be running wide. Yes, he is, and trying to get back onto that inside line has caused that contact. We're going to have to assign blame on that in a second, but as they come flying back down the hill, Octavian Chelaroo drops wide. Is he going to make it in? No, he's not. Doesn't get anywhere near the inside clip there and across the line. Wow, that was a battle of two halves. Gentlemen, your silence, it suggests that you're cogitating very hard.
We are watching replays.
Watching the replays, trying to work out what's going on. Here we go. That big flick
Yeah,
up
my
the hill.
streams had a bit of a delay, so.
No, that's all right. That big flick up the hill, it looked to me like Octavian almost stalled out and had to push back in onto that inside line. I don't think there was much that Josh could have done in that chase position. And then again, Octavian Chelaroo coming up wide as he comes into that final corner. Was that caused by the contact at the top of the hill? All of these mysteries we'll just never know. Let's move round. Judges, I'm going to ask you the question. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. If you have one.
Just 1 second. Not just yet.
I'm going to put that replay up again for people.
Quickly interrupt then.
Hello.
Just, we're gonna have to do some switching around in battles because Andrew Larson is not to be found anywhere.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So
I don't know who yet.
We don't know who yet. Okay, I will leave a
No,
space there for now. Thank you very much, Steph. The cabin crew have brought me my coffee and breakfast.
What are you seeing? I'm ready to make a decision here, but
the clip at the top of the hill, where Octavian was running a bit wide. I was just trying to work out whether he was actually going to make the clip before he got punted.
I think this is the important
oh
question.
no, I think he was. I think he would go wide.
I don't know. He seemed to be on his way back in.
Even if he's on his way back in, my question here is, because that's not the line that anyone else has taken through there, was it chaseable through that section? Because he was very over-sent past that section in my book.
Yeah, but
he might have made that.
I think he could have made. I think actually looking at it again, he could have made it. That might just be his line, but.
Sorry, Ben.
Yeah.
Seems like Andrew is on the server, but not in the Discord.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I've put him back in. Gentlemen.
See that replay one more time.
Okay. I'm just going to put it back up for the stream so they can see what we're looking at here. Why this is requiring a little bit of thought. See here, this is where it all starts to go wrong. So this transition, you can see Octavian Chelaroo gets massively overextended, but it does look like he's potentially using that angle to push his way back in onto the inside clip.
See, for me, that is, if he'd have made that clip, that would have been a better line than anyone else has been taking.
Jesus, who just got murdered in the background?
The children in the kitchen.
Okay, I think I have a decision. It's actually, now that you've pointed that out, it's completely changed my decision. There's a good catch on that.
I'm going to watch it one more time, so as we give the decision, you guys can see what's happening. I think I understand where this is going. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
So, before that was pointed out, I was actually going to go with William. Now that I'm aware of that, I believe Octo takes the win there. I do feel that William, that was chaseable. I don't think anything unchaseable about what Octo was doing. Yeah, it's just we're watching it now, and you can see that William just comes up really shallow there, and ends up hitting him, and that kind of throws Octo off run. So I'm faulting William for that contact there.
Okay.
To me, there was nothing unchaseable. So,
Christopher Ennis, your winner, please.
Octav.
Octavian Chelaroo gets the win and advances on to face Chris Lycup in the top 16. I can absolutely see where you're coming from, guys. Having watched that replay a number of times with you, it looks to me like Octavian Chelaroo got that transition to the point where he was sending it up the hill and then back on the throttle to come back in with good angle. It was at high angle, but it wasn't backwards, it wasn't unchaseable, there wasn't excessive decel. It was just a different line to the way that other people have been hitting that. But There is nothing wrong with that line. We don't have a line map. We have a throttle and brake map. If you can get to those points with the throttle in the correct position and you can hit the clips, then that's what we're looking for. So it is not a line map. That's something we have to stress. And just to point that out, we're going to move on. Octavian Chelaroo has got the win. And now we will see Andrew Larson in the lead position here, being chased by Andreas Lane. Andrew Larson is in the lead position. They are ready to go. Chris, let's get them underway.
So this is Andreas and who it's on in?
Andrew
or is Andrew
Larson.
back?
It turns out he was here.
Okay.
I have sent the message.
It's all right. There might be something. They might just be wrangling the drivers around. Is anybody alive out there?
Oh, there he is.
Here we go.
Has awakened.
Andrew Larson goes for the flick initiation in that big Mustang. Is it too much flick? He has to wobble. Yes, there is definitely a correction there as he comes in through clip 1, but he's now back on the throttle. Nicely out to clip 2. Doesn't quite fulfill it all the way, but it's looking pretty strong. Nicely coming up that hill. You can start to see the pace from the Mustang, but he comes wide, allowing Andreas Lane back in, who's having to work really hard in that chase position, I think, to keep the speed off and not go through the back. And there's an all kinds of scrappy run as they come round and across the line. There is lots to talk about from that first run. Jeez, guys. Wow. Yes. Sums that up
They are
for me.
just. My stream is still far behind. They have just got off.
I mean, that is.
That's a thing, but we're working.
Andrew was very slow off the line. Made it round clip 1. Just about hit clip 2. Missed 3.
Yeah, this is falling apart fast.
For me, this looks an awful lot like Andreas is gripped up, expecting a much, much faster lead run.
Yeah, because the chase wasn't brilliant either.
No, the chase had some serious issues, but
yeah, yeah, let's spin them again.
Right, let's see the other half of this battle. So they are ready to go. This is Andreas Lane, VDC Pro, ready to go, leading in Andrew Larson. Let's see whether the man from Norway can take down the newcomer Andrew Larson as they go. The lights are on, and that is green, and they are off the line. And Andrew Larson clearly hasn't got himself sorted on that. I don't know what happened there, but he just didn't get off the line in time as they get themselves hooked up round the corner. Here comes Andreas Lane up the hill. Surely this is going to count as an inactive chase. We'll come to the judges in a second and have a question with them, but that is an enormous gap as Andreas comes flying down the hill. This initiation from the start line there. As Andreas comes round. Oh no, it was lag. I thought he'd shut it down for a second as we come round and across the line. Let's go back and watch that. The launch. Andreas is already...
No, that's his own fault for not being ready.
Oh. Did he say he was ready?
Sorry. No, see, the problem is, actually, I wanted to ask about this because I cannot get Andrew to join the voice chat. He's not responding anywhere, so I was kind of wondering what is the standpoint of that.
If he's not willing to join the voice chat, then that's his problem.
Fair game. That's also how I felt.
We use the voice chat to control the driver. If the drivers aren't contactable, then we can't do anything about that. And the lights go on in a slow enough order to be able to select a gear and go.
I would agree.
So, gentlemen, I will ask the question: do you have a winner?
Yep. Drifting was not the winner there.
Drifting was very much not the winner there. My sense of enthusiasm for the sport in general was greatly diminished.
Yes.
But
yeah, that's Andreas.
Andreas gets 1 vote. Chris Ennis.
Andreas.
Andreas gets 2. That is 2 votes to Andreas Lane. He advances on. Let's find out who he'll face after that bizarre battle. Hopefully, the standard of these 2 heavy hitters can bring us back up to some enthusiasm for drifting. Jack Lai to lead in Cormac Guard. First of all, these 2 are both experienced competitors. Very, very aggressive drivers. Jack Lai tried out a couple of cars from the new pack, decided that he was still a big fan of the S13.5 with that singing RB28 under the hood. Cormac Guard, who has always used that car in the history of the events that we've been doing, he has moved to the RPS 13 with the 2JZ. 2 very different styles of engine and setup on these cars, very similar underneath, but do perform very differently. They are ready, they are on the line. Jack Lai to lead in first. They are off the line. Cormac Guard in the chase position, tucking up onto that rear quarter quite early. Here we go, that big flick initiation from Jack Lai as he gets right onto the outside, but it's slow. It's not as fast as we've seen. He's using the left foot brake to try and keep that car. He definitely put too much angle in for that first section there compared to how he was hoping to do it. But now he's starting to open up that gap from Cormac Guard, flying in onto the inside, but Jack's over-angled and Jack's shut it down. Surely we don't have another person running out of fuel on the first run as Jack Lai shuts it down at clip 4, gets through into this second section. Everything about that is all kinds of scuffed. Let's go back and watch what happened on the replay just to make sure we're not missing anything from the run before. What on earth was I seeing there?
I am just about to witness everything. I am so far behind. Very annoying.
Seemed to scrub all his speed on the entry.
Yeah, that's near excessive there.
I think that first section might almost have been unchaseable.
Yeah.
I would agree.
That looked like excessive decel to me. So, we've switched them around. Chris, make them do the drifting thing.
We are ready to go.
They are on Stars' orders. Anders has put Cormac back in his box, ready to start. The lights go green. Cormac Guard off the line. Jack Lai in the chase position. They come flying down, go for this initiation. Jack will be furious if he's not able to pull something good out of the bag here. He is a great, great driver. This is just not the way we expected this battle to go in that first run as they come flying up the hill. Jack Lai looking really strong in the chase position. We do not know what's been going on through there as Jack Lai fires it down the hill in that chase position, but Cormac Guard on an absolutely storming lead run sends it into that outside zone and makes it onto the inside. A little bit of contact from Jack, but round and across the line. Well, that was more what we were expecting to see, gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a good run, that.
As ever, Chris, your description is massive.
Always watching that now.
There is another car spare on the server, Caleb.
Yeah.
Dover Harron, thank you, welcome along. Well.
Okay, yeah, I've got a winner.
I'm going to go to Chris first. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. The last battle of this section of the top 32.
Cormac.
Cormac gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiné.
Cormac.
That is it. Cormac gets the win, advances on to the top 16 where he will face Andreas Lane. I gotta tell you boys, that battle did not go how I was expecting. I thought Jack and Cormac, those 2 drivers of that kind of caliber, we could have seen them potentially go at it 3 or 4 more times because they are both phenomenal drivers. I wonder if Jack didn't load his setup.
Possible.
Because that car did not move the way that we normally see Jack move. He is a very strong driver. That was all kinds of weird. But it means that we now have, as the next group load in, we now have the next part of our battle tree locked in. And it looks like this.
1.
Hello.
Hello.
Cormac 1. Sorry, did Chris not message you?
Nope. Cheers.
Christopher. He's run off to the toilet or to get a beer. Either way, it looks like this. In the top 16 right now, Bobby Hill versus Jamie Healey, Craig Fulghum versus Robert Kaczynski, Ryan Cider versus Guillermo Cabrera, and Alexander Yagaard versus Robin Gunningham. That's the left-hand side of the bracket. And what we have just witnessed, Chris Lycup knocking out Ian Koenig, Octavian Chelaroo in a very strange battle with William Hartshorn using that odd line to make his way through, but it works for him and that line is allowed. He managed to tuck up onto the inside edge, so Octavian Chelaroo will take on Chris Lycup. Then Andreas Lane in another strange battle against Andrew Larson, where Andrew wasn't in the chat, wasn't listening to starters' orders, left him behind, got the win. And Cormac Guard versus Jack Lai in one of the strangest battles of the night. We thought those guys were going to go at it hard all evening, but no, and that sentence was much worse out loud than I expected. Either way, we'll move on. So, how's everyone feeling? We all excited? We all having a wonderful time as we come through?
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying watching the new cars. I've not seen any that are particularly disadvantaged. You know, seems like they're all pretty balanced.
This has been the one thing that we've really worked on with the rollout for the new cars, is the making it so that there is really a serious amount of competition to be had, pretty much regardless of which car you use. And on this circuit, even the lower power cars, so we have got someone using the 1JS14. I don't think anyone's using my SR20 S14 this week, but we have got people using that lower power car set, and they will be able pretty easily to keep up around a track of this sort of size. It's definitely going to be interesting seeing how things progress with the car pack. As it stands right now, we've got these guys coming in onto the server. First one's making their way down to there. You can see what we're using as the judges' cars this weekend. We're all looking very sexy in our Fiats as we come round and down. This is the pits area here. Oh, someone appears to be going on a random run. Oh dear. That will make Anders very angry. So, first up from this part of the bracket, Nico Lapinen versus Anthony Norfolk. Nico Lapinen, I have not seen him drive before. This is the first time for me seeing him do anything, whether it's competition or even just normal server driving. I'm looking forward to seeing how he turns up and competes here. Anthony Norfolk, we've seen drive a few times. He's a very strong driver, very consistent normally, especially in the chase position. He's aggressive, tends to try and make good dives on the inside edge. I'm looking forward to this battle. It could be anyone. We just don't know. It's a mystery. You just pull a name out of hat to see what happens. Are there any that you guys are particularly excited for from this part of the tree?
I will have to find another screen and bring the tree back up.
You could have a million electronic devices on the go at one time, Chris. You've got to have a centre of operations.
Oh, Ryan's already sent me the proof that he didn't crash into or punt the other guy.
Okay.
Is it in competition chat? No. Info?
What were you saying?
While we wait for them to get sorted, are there any there that you are particularly thinking are going to be great battles in this next section?
Where we put the new tree, Ben?
We haven't finished the top 32 yet, so I haven't put the final tree up.
Oh, hang on, are we in the last?
We're in the last section of the top 32. We've got Nico Lapinen versus Anthony Norfolk, Emil Leirud versus Brandon Gardner, Zach Mitchell versus Tim Sire, and Edgar's Lasvenis versus Mustafa Amini. So we are looking for Nico Lapinen first. As soon as we've got them all in, we'll get them going. Chat, who are you thinking is going to be good in this?
Brandon could be good.
Emil could be good. Yeah, Emil's been looking really strong over the last few weeks while he's been getting used to the cars. He is another pro driver from Scandinavia. We've got a lot of Scandinavians coming in now. It's very exciting. They're all almost to a man. The Scandinavians are great drivers. It's been fantastic to see. Here we go, starting to get cars to the line, and this is that 1JS14 I was talking about. The lowest power car competing tonight, and that's being driven by Anthony Norfolk. When you are ready, Chris, let's get them underway.
We are underway.
It is go time. Nico Lapinen to lead in Anthony Norfolk. Let's see how this plays out. The lights go on the start line. Dildo, Nico Lapinen off the line slightly late, but Anthony Norfolk's there in that 1J ready to go. He is G'd up and wanting this as Nico Lapinen fires it in, but he gets wide. Oh, that's going to be 3-4 wheels now out onto the grass. That is all she wrote for Nico Lapinen in that run. He needs to come back round to the side and come back down to that start line. We are trying to see what is going on as Andrew Norfolk gets a free run to just practice his lead and get things dialed in. It looks to me like he may have a little bit too much grip in that car as he comes round and across the line there. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but as he's coming down into that final section, it's very, very tricky. My vote's on Robin from Dover Heron. Yeah, we could see that. Let's see how things play out. But this, Nico Lapinen, just getting all kinds of crossed up as he goes for that initiation and ending up off the side. C. Smith, thank you for the host. Welcome back along. Sorry to see how things ended up in your battle earlier. So we'll try and cut to Andrew here. This is where I'm worried about Andrew in the lead. You can see that bit of a straighten there. It's almost a zero as he comes down that hill when he's in that lead position with no one behind him by himself. So let's see if that transitions across for when he's actually out on the track in the lead now. We have a major advantage to Andrew. Andrew Norfolk after that first run. Nico Lapinen 4 wheels off through turn 1. Let's see what happens in this second half of this battle. The lights are on and it's green. This is it, and as Unger has got the cars underway, it is go time for the second half of this battle as Andrew Norfolk goes firing in. It's a big angle for that car. Is he going to be able to keep it on track? Yes, he is, but it's bringing him well in field, and that probably will have been responsible for that contact with Nico Lapinen. This is a scrappy battle, not what we were expecting to see, as Andrew Norfolk gets the car hooked up. Now he's starting to get the power on. Nico Lapinen in that chase position, just managing to hold on to him, but Andrew's now opening up that gap as he goes flying down the hill. Is Nico Lapinen's up on the inside, and that was lag. That was massive lag from Nico Lapinen as they come through into that section. We are going to have to go back to the first part of that battle and see who we put at fault for that first contact as they come flying in on the replay.
So I've got Anthony. Is it Andrew, not Anthony?
Anthony, sorry, I keep on calling him Andrew. I'm so sorry, Anthony Norfolk. I've been calling you Andrew for the last half of this battle. That is so embarrassing. Anthony Norfolk.
I was very confused.
Yeah, I think Anthony chucks on far too much angle and slows up.
Yeah.
And that causes the contact.
Is that contact to zero, though? That's the question.
Well, it's an unchaseable run.
Is it unchaseable? He's on a different line. Remember, he comes away from the end of that. He doesn't have to be on the outside line. We allowed that, and it looks like he almost would have made it.
It's the angle up. It's the angle up.
Yeah, no, it's not great.
If you look at the angle, he's coming right onto the inside. It's only because he gets hit that he goes to the outside or the middle of the track even. He comes off early and he's heading to that inside curb.
Get hit there.
Is that a 00?
I think it is.
I think it is. Caleb?
I think he gets hit. I think he gets hit from the chase, and that makes him angle up there.
See, I think
so you think he gets hit before the angle up?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that one more time on the replay.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he angled up because of that hit. Now it looks like it was lag, but I mean.
I think he was on too high an angle and was already coming in and slowing down because that car has got enormous grip. So I think he's probably at fault for the contact.
If you look, he gets hit just as he leaves the last box of that first clip. And he's already heading for the inside of the corner. If anything, he gets hit centre of the car, which then pushes him wider.
I'm going to put that replay up one more time. The question is...
Yeah, but he's still...
Is that lead unchaseable because of the angle and the amount he's slowing down? Because he is slowing down and coming in. You can see Nico Lapinen's got the brakes on all the way through clip 1.
Very hard to see the brake lights.
I can still see.
But remember, my opinion only comes into effect if the two of you disagree.
I think Anthony would have hit that inside curb if it hadn't have been for the contact. So for me, that's an unchaseable lead.
I don't see it that way.
I don't think
you're gonna have to tie break.
It would have been massively error prone, but it was chaseable.
Yeah, I don't see that as unchaseable. This is the technicality thing.
Here's the question. Here's the question, Chris.
It's
if you were tucked in and all you were doing as a chase driver, because you always say this is, and I'm going to use your own words against you here.
Yep.
You always say it is the chase's job to follow what the lead is doing. Now, he is on an excessive angle and he does slow down a lot into that first corner. If we think it's excessive decel, then that's a different thing, because when he flicks to initiation there, it is a big slowdown and he doesn't then have the power to bring the speed back up. If he'd gone to less angle, he probably would have been faster through there. But when he's if you're saying it's unchaseable when he's coming away from the clip, that I disagree with, because as he's angling up, he might not make it out to 2. It might be a terrible, terrible line, but there's nothing there that, like, he's not straight and he's not over angled and he's not slowing down there that would stop a chase driver from staying in the pocket. For me,
yes.
I think it could be unchaseable, but off the back of the excessive... I think there was almost excessive decel in that first clip.
Yeah, I do think so. That's where it comes down to me. Is I think it wasn't an unchaseable line, but it was.
Let's put it as a timeline. There was excessive decel, which then put him on the wrong line, which was an unchaseable line.
I've just put the replay up again, and actually, when he snaps to angle, and then goes for the left foot brake to hold at angle. So there is an enormous amount of decel there.
Yeah, and then it comes down to that for me. It was excessive decel. So for me, that's I want to see it again one more time.
One more time, Chris Ennis.
Yep.
One more time. Cool. We're going at it again. Let's rerun the fun, send them back to the start. After all of that deliberation, we're exactly where we were 5 minutes ago. I love it when that happens. It brings a real sense of joy to proceedings. But we have to be sure. I know you guys want to just see the action roll on. This is why we got the replay, so we can show it to you as we go back and make these decisions in real time. We've got to make sure that we're making all of the right decisions as informed as possible. We want it to be transparent, so this is why you guys can hear the judges always, so that you can understand the discussion that's going on. This is what we're seeing. We're seeing that we know it was a 0 from Nico Lapinen in the first run, because he went all 4 wheels off right into the initiation at turn 1. And as we go back to this second run, I'm going to put it up while they get themselves sorted, as we see the start line cone coming back up to the front. Those of you who just saw a flash of that there, but you can see here there's a massive snap to angle and then riding the left foot brake in the early part of that corner. That would have been very, very difficult to chase in the chase position, as Anthony is slowing down so much there. So this is why we do it. We want to be able to talk it through with you, and you guys might have a different opinion, but this is why we have this many judges, why we have this discussion, why it's all out there. And you might decide that we're terrible, terrible human beings, but that's the decision we've come to. We want to see it again. This is the fairest way to do it. Let's see what happens in this second run. Light up dildo. Yes, Worlds, the light up dildo has returned to the start line. It is ready to send our drivers. It is go time for this one more time rerun of the fun from that first battle. Is Nico Lapinen going to be able to hold that car on track this time round? They are on the line. Chris, make the drifting happen, please.
I have said go when ready.
Here we are. The dildo in all its glory has illuminated. Nico Lapinen goes for the big flick. Is he going to be able to keep it on track this time? Yes, he is. And as he angles up, Anthony makes contact with him in the chase position. Nico Lapinen has definitely squatted that car right down. It should not be clipping through those rear fenders the way it is at the moment. He's running that car very, very low, but he's got it gripped up. He's managed to drive away from Anthony. We're going to have to assign blame in that first section as Nico Lapinen comes flying through and across the line. Let's have a look at that first corner again, chaps.
Oh, God.
It would be nice if this were an easy battle, but it's not.
It's a hard battle for the wrong reasons, though.
See, just as there is contact, this is the worst part, is just as there is contact, Nico Lapinen rides that left foot brake, and it is literally just before there's contact. I have an opinion. You guys will probably disagree, but I have an opinion. Vincent Levesque, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, for the like, sorry. But I'm not going to say my opinion. It's down to you guys, and then I'm the deciding factor. But
from what I can see, he's on the foot brake all the way around that corner.
No, you can see the brake lights come up just at the end. There's just a little flash where it comes up a little bit brighter.
Oh, yeah, he's got his lights. Ah, right, yeah.
Okay. If you're ready, we'll move on to the second half of this battle.
1 second.
Caleb is deep in thought.
You ready, Caleb?
Yep.
All right. As the light goes green, that's a good thing. The light up dildo gets them underway. Our semaphore controlled by Anders Unger. Our start line marshals, they go for that big flick initiation. That's a much better line from Anthony Norfolk in the lead position. Look at the gap he's opened up through that first corner. That's much more what we were expecting to see as he goes for the transition up the hill, but that looks like it might almost be a straighten as they come flying through, round and across into that infield section. And that's a definite wobble from the man in the chase position, from Nico Lapinen as he comes in down the hill. That is going to be hard for Nico Lapinen to try and pull back as they come round and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Well. Everything is happening in this battle. We always have one of these in the top 32. Why has my replay suddenly turned into potato cam?
I was just thinking that. I was just about to say, at least it's in lovely 1080p.
Oh man. This is definitely one of those battles.
Anthony uses the hydro coming up the hill.
In his lead or in his chase?
In his lead.
Yeah, but...
Or he's well off throttle. But I'm sure that's hydro.
Yeah, there is definitely a moment of handbrake between clip 3 and 4. Oh god, that's a tough one.
Lead to lead, chase to chase, I've got a winner.
Do you need to decide on the contact in the first battle? Does it have a bearing on the rest of the? Because there wasn't a massive adjustment, but there was contact.
No, I know. Yeah, not. It doesn't really. It was what happened after that. It was an inactive chase after that.
Okay. I'm going to ask Caleb. Caleb Dauphiné, do you have a winner?
That's another one more time for me.
Another one more time from Caleb Dauphiné. Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
I do.
Your winner, please.
The grey S15.
Nico Lapinen. I have to say, having watched both of those runs and seen them on the replay, the deciding vote is mine, and I think it's another one more time.
Fair enough.
We're going to rerun the fun once again. Drifting is not winning here. It is getting better, but we are not yet at a clean run. Twyfelds, AO, I just bought and downloaded a set of quarter. I hope it's worth it. It is. It absolutely is. Come along and have a look at things down here on our website, tsujigiri.world. You'll be able to get a load of setup stuff, and we will help you through it. Come and join in on the Discord. We're all here for the event. So we're going to watch that replay one more time just so you guys have got something to look at whilst we're going. Tropical Pigeon, Corey, is saying the red car was just driving between 5 and 6. I'm not sure about that. I think it was very shallow angle but still in drift. It's a very low horsepower car compared to the others.
Yeah, for me it was like Nico straightens in his lead and then Anthony hits Nico and it's everywhere again. So I'm just looking for something that's clear cut. We can just get a clear cut battle this next.
This is just leaving it in the hands of the judges as we get underway on the top 32. Oh god, I'm not showing it. They're already sent. Oh, but this is going to make a big difference as Anthony sends it off track in the chase position as they come through into that first corner. So we have a defining feature from this first run. Jesus, it's unfortunate that we were still on the replay as we cut back to that, but there we go. This is going to be potentially crucial as Anthony Norfolk gets himself all kinds of cut up. He's going to cut across to the black and then it'll cut across. Kristen Checo is ready and we end up with that moment of blackness.
I thought you knew what was happening.
No. But you can see in the background there, that is a beached up Anthony Norfolk from that first corner.
I was unable to see that because I am watching off the screen. Was
that was an
independent
one as well?
Yeah, it was totally unassisted. I did manage to see it in my cam. You'll have to take our word for it. That was an unassisted sojourn to the beach for Anthony Norfolk there. He's off on his summer holidays already. Right. He's number 253, yes?
Yes.
Let's get them underway.
Are we ready?
We are ready. We're on the correct screen. Everything is showing. Let's send these cars. It is go time. This is the third time we have run this battle back, including the original. We're on our second one more time. These guys are underway, ready to go. The lights come on, and as Ungers has sent them off the line, it is go time. Here we are. Can Anthony Norfolk keep it on track this time? He goes for that flick initiation. It's a lot of angle again. Comes away short. Is going to allow Nico Lapinen back into the fight. Anthony Norfolk coming screaming up the hill. This is the transition he had problems with last time. Are we going to see those wheels go straight again? That car just so gripped up. So hard to drive if you've got too much grip in it as he comes down. Oh god, there's a big transition and that's a massive slowdown and we're seeing contact on the way in. There was lag from Anthony. No, it's much more clear cut I think than we think. Because for me, I don't know about you Chris, because you are on the server as well, that looked like lag from Anthony for me. And we have a clear cut rule on lag.
But I thought Nico was being sensible and just staying back, which would have got him the win.
Ah.
I mean, wow. I am streaming as well. I can't rewind my Twitch stream, can I?
No, you can rewind your YouTube.
Yeah, but I'm streaming on Twitch as well, so you'd be able to see it from...
So, what I saw there was a lag spike for Anthony and Norfolk in the lead position that for me had him briefly, and you guys will see it on the stream as well because you're seeing what I'm seeing, he had him go maximum safari line off into the countryside and then suddenly reappear back in front of Nico. Now, I fully accept that could be my connection, but if I'm getting a lag spike, then we shall see. Ryan Cider saying check the actual replay.
Yeah, for me, I saw them both this same exact time. That looks like a connection on your end.
Okay.
So,
Chris, we're going to have to go to the actual replay, and we're going to have to do it streamed from your end.
Okie dokie.
This is really stalling things up.
Yeah.
So I need to... Have I got a stream link here somewhere? If I do that...
I was so convinced. Hello, people. Serbs. I was so convinced that we had the battle done there, and then as they came into that final section, it was all over.
Yeah, for me it looks like an ohm again.
Devils, please no. It's your fault, man. You said, can we go a fourth? It looks like we can go a fourth, potentially, because that looked like an error from both drivers in the chase position. Unless there is something that Chris Ennis has there, if he has the lag pop up as well, then that is different.
If you jump on my stream on Twitch.
Right. What is your stream on Twitch, Chris?
Yes, Serbs. This could possibly be a fourth OM.
Yes, it could actually be a fourth OM.
To Caleb as well. Or I could send it to Caleb. Caleb.
Right.
What am I doing?
I'm going to try and put this up for you guys to see, so you can see what I'm seeing. Desktop capture. There is a network error. Please click here to reload player. Right, Chris is loading in. This is the most cat-candy way we've ever had of doing this, but we have to see.
Yeah, do you want to send it to Caleb because it's not letting me doing it?
What are we? What am I doing?
So Chris is streaming his side of Twitch so that he can. It's Chris 040485, which I'm assuming is his birthday.
Yes. Oh, hang on.
I'm going to put the replay up one more time for you guys to see. This is why we're having problems, is because of this contact.
Let me just refresh this.
This is the problem here. So this was a clear-cut battle. In the first one, it was 4 wheels off for Anthony Norfolk in the lead. In the chase position. He went off for a weekend at the beach, but this is the problem we have, is there's this moment of lag from both of them, and then on the transition it looks to me like Nico Lapinen just gets greedy potentially and ends up getting up into the edge. Chris. Aha.
Right. So we'll start it from the start of the run.
What was the Twitch?
Chris 040485. Let me do this.
Are you streaming my stream?
Yeah, I'm with you now.
Right. Show us, Chris. Show us a thing. Nico Lapinen in the chase position. This is what we need to see from Chris. You can see on the flick initiation, this all looks good, and then my stream crashes. Excellent. This is good.
Oh, is it giving up?
No, it's still going now. It's fine for now. No, now it's given up. Oh, Chris.
I paused it.
This is too crucial.
Mine's still going.
Okay. Yeah, we can see. This is what we need to see. This is the crucial thing. Is there excessive decel, or is it just too much send from Nico Lapinen in the chase position?
It's just a very awkward line from the lead there. I don't think he would have made it. I don't think he would have made it.
I'll flick it back.
It's alright, we're able to do it from my replay now as well.
Like, yeah, it's a decel zone there, but...
Did he just throw on all of the angle?
No, I think he was just on a smooth decel. Like someone said, is he a toge driver? Like, there's a lot going on there. Daynor, thank you for the follow. This is the thing that we're looking at. This decel there, I think that's
excessive.
I think that's excessive. I think that's excessive. There was a moment there where at the end he transitioned. He just drags a little bit more.
He wouldn't have made that.
Oh, in fact, I can see his throttle as well on the replay.
Have a look at that one more time. I'm going to ask the question: do you have a result?
Yes.
Chris
I'm
Ennis.
just watching it in slow motion, just to make sure.
Yeah, just look at his angle of attack here.
think he could have made it, but I think I think he was very late getting back on the throttle. Look, I am only here as the deciding vote in the event that we need it. Gentlemen, we're losing viewers, we're hemorrhaging viewers, we're running out of time. I'm going to ask the question, is it a one more time from either of you?
No.
Caleb?
Yeah, it's one more time.
Oh, God, okay. I have to say, I think it's one more time from me as well. Let's send them again. Let's just get on with this. One last time. We're going for this is our fourth one more time with these guys. We've just got to get a battle. Nico Lapinen. Please don't crash into him this time. Anthony, don't end up in the beach. We just need a battle that actually runs all the way through. We are getting a result this time. Whatever happens, we're getting a result this time. Oh. Right. Close out Chris's stream.
I think this has become the slowest battle yet.
Yeah, this is really dragging at my soul. We're going to try and get the enthusiasm up as I look wistfully out of the window at the lake here in Lake Tekapo. Sorry, I've been corrected. It's Tekapo. It's because I keep on taking the piss and saying that it's Tekapo, but it's Tekapo, Lake Tekapo. In the centre of the South Island of New Zealand. Out of the window right now, a beautiful Range Rover just rolling past with the mountains in the background and the lake behind. Young Poon Lagoon, welcome along. I would much rather be outside and enjoying the lake than sitting here for a fourth one more time, but you know, this is how it is. No one wins by running the top 16. Yeah, that could be. That's the way we'll do it. No, we're going to see this one through. Nico Lapinen leading in. Anthony Norfolk. They are under starters' orders. Everyone wants to know how this is going to end up now. I know that this has been a little bit of an amusing moment, but we genuinely, I want to actually know who's going to win this now. Let's see. Get them under starters' orders. Let's get this underway. We are here. It is go time for OMT4. We have rerun the fun. Let's see what happens now. Oh God, please don't say Anders has died. Our momentum.
I have requested the drifting.
Make the drifting happen. Come on. Lights are coming on. This is it. The start line dildo goes green. They are off the line. Nico Lapinen in the lead position. Anthony Norfolk in the chase. They come flying in, going for the flick initiation. Is Anthony going to be able to keep it on track this time? Only just. He's on a very wide outside line, trying to make sure he doesn't get off track. Feathering that throttle to try and stay on as he goes up the hill. There's that big transition. Nico Lapinen on a nice line now. He's finally got over the nerves. He's now probably feeling like this has gone on so long that it's just become hysterical. He is on a great lead line. This is what we wanted to see from the first half of this battle. Just comes up shy on that clip there at the end though. But the rest of that run, actually, we're looking a little bit more stable now.
It was definitely a better lead.
It was a much, much better lead. That was the line that we've been waiting to see from one of these guys as he comes all the way through.
Yeah, this is looking night and day.
Yeah, this is much, much better. Craig's asking, was it an excessive decel in the lead? No, we don't think it was excessive into the final clip, Craig. That's how it's gone one more time. We think it was contact at fault from the chase position. That's how it's gone one more time.
Are we ready?
We are ready. Make the drifting happen.
The drifting has been requested.
And guys, if you don't like the judging, you're more than welcome to come and join us with the judging instead of doing the drifting. That is entirely your choice. You can make that decision. I'm sure these guys will gladly take a week off in order to do some drifting themselves as they come flying in. That is a wobbly initiation this time from Anthony, causing real problems. Oh, and he's now dropping wheels as he comes out to clip 2. This might finally be it. Oh, but it's forcing Nico Lapinen dropping wheels in the chase position. Come on, guys, we just need to see this run all the way through to the end, please. Another wheel drop in the lead position. Nico Lapinen giving room as he comes through. That is definitely wheels off on the inside line. That was almost unchaseable in the lead position by...
I have a winner.
Okay. Tell me your winner, Chris Ennis.
Nico.
Nico Lapinen gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiné.
Still watching the run. But it's looking like a winner. Yeah, Nico.
Nico gets the win and advances on. We finally have a winner. Let's find out what happens now. Nico Lapinen takes on either Leirud, or Brandon Gardner. That is what we're looking at next. Let's get on with this battle. We want to get the top 32 done. That has really dampened our momentum. We want to move on. Leirud versus Brandon Gardner. Emil in the lead position first. He's in the SC300, which is quite close to his real life car. He has got a Supra. They are lined up and ready to go. He's got a 2JZ Supra, one of the old Drift Monkey cars from Ola, and yeah, he is now taken that Drift Monkey car and made it his own. Here we go. In the chase position, Brandon Gardner in that 2JZ powered GT86. The lights come on. The lights go on to green. They are off the line. That is a slow launch for Brandon Gardner in the chase position. And Leirud is taking full advantage of that, coming right the way out into clip 1 on a really nice line in the lead position from Leirud as he comes through that compression and up the hill. But Brandon Gardner is coming to get back into that battle, powering on in the chase position. That GT86 surging back up onto the door. Here we go down the hill. This transition is going to be crucial for Emil in the lead position. Is he going to be able to get it into clip 7? No, he's not. He runs wide at clip 7 and across the line. Wow, that was a battle of two halves. At the beginning, that was all going one way. That was definitely Leirud. And why have I got potato cam again? That's really frustrating. Oh, must be a bandwidth thing. Leirud in the lead position, all his own way in the first half of that battle, and then it swung back the other way into the hands of Brandon Gardner. Why have we got potato cam? It shouldn't be doing this. As it comes through and across the line. We specifically solved this problem. We should not be having potato cam on the replays.
Am I a server? Oh, why?
So, Brandon Gardner now in the lead position. Leirud in the chase. No idea why our stream quality has dropped. We'll have to find out later. It's set not to do this. Let's see what happens. We've got them changed around. They are off the line. Brandon Gardner snow off the line again in the lead position as he comes flying down. Goes for that initiation. Leirud much closer in than Brandon was. Got off the line cleanly this time. He's in the chase position, slotting up onto that GT86, but it's a very fast car through the transitions. That GT86 has got so much pace when you've got a clean run at it. But Leirud doing a fantastic job in that chase position, slotted up onto the quarter as they come through clip 6 now. This decel, absolutely crucial. Is Leirud going to be able to keep the proximity? Yes, he is, and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. Must have been a blip in the bandwidth because we're back to a reasonable quality one. Now, here we come up onto that line. You can see it's another good lead, so it's going to come down to lead, chase to chase. Is Brandon Gardner's shortcut time off the line going to cause a problem for him, or is Leirud going to miss out? Because of that miss on clip 7. Gentlemen, do you have a winner?
Just watching the replay again. Close, but I have a winner.
Caleb Dauphin,
yeah,
do you have a winner?
Very close battle.
Okay. It sounds like you both got a winner. Caleb Dauphin, your winner, please.
For me, it just came down to lead to lead. I felt, well, I suppose chase straight. Again, very even battle. You'll just barely edges out for me. I felt he had a slightly better lead. Brendan was a little wobbly, so that first section.
Okay.
It came down to really minute thing.
Leirud gets 1 vote. Chris Ennis?
Yeah, Emil for me.
Leirud gets the win,
yeah,
advances on. I'm going to stop you there because we need to try and get back on time, Chris. Thank you very much. I know you'll have a good reason. I don't doubt that it will be very valid. I will ask you your reason on the next one, but we just got to try and get back on time. So we move on. Zach Mitchell to lead in Tim Sire. Zach Mitchell from Team Unknown.
UNK?
Yep,
yeah.
The man from Tasmania. One of our regulars from Tasmania taking on Tim Sire from Canada, the Quebecois. Come on. Gentlemen, get to the line. What is going on? Where are you? Have you told them the winner from the last battle, Chris? That might be holding things up.
That is a good point.
So, Zach, coming up to the line.
So one thing that I think I'm noticing a lot of, just for everyone still in the competition, there's a lot of people just not making it into that last clip, and a lot of these battles could be won by just that last clip.
Absolutely. So drivers, if you're watching on the stream, clip 7, it is still an essential clip. It's a clipping point. You should be getting to clipping points. You've got to make yourselves get into those positions. Zach Mitchell versus Tim Sire. Tim Sire not yet up onto the line. Zach Mitchell, we're going to start our timer. It is a 5-minute rule if we don't get Tim up onto the line.
Want to move on to the next battle until here for a minute? Keep things moving?
We can't, can we? Because that's top 16.
No, there's still another one afterwards.
Oh,
there's one more. There's Edgar's, Lasvenis, and Mustafa Amini. We're still waiting for Tim. Tell Anders to move on. We're starting Tim's 5-minute now. 5 minutes. Or is that Tim coming up to the line now? I've started a 5-minute, unless someone tells me otherwise. Is that Tim Sire? Am I being ignored? Hello?
I'm not.
Hello? Here we go.
I can hear you.
There we go.
We're off.
I was just not getting any responses from anyone. It was really weird. I was asking questions. No one was saying anything.
I was just trying to message Anders.
I'm there going, is that Tim Sire? Silence. Right,
Well,
so we are
I'm so
off.
behind. So.
It is Zach coming up the hill, looking nice, but he doesn't make it at all anywhere near clip 3 as Tim gets on that inside line. Zach is all out of whack, and that is the overtake we've been waiting to see. Someone making it so far out. Oh, God, they're trying to team burst things here as Zach tries to send it back up the inside. That is chaos. Absolute chaos. I mean, it was fantastic to watch, but that is just not competition drifting. That is almost demo style. Everything has gone wrong. Zach found all of the grip in the universe to make that dive back up the inside again, but here we go. He makes it nowhere near clip 2. He's on a crazy line, huge speed. As he comes up here, here's overtake number 1 as Tim Sire slots up the inside of the E92. Zach gets the rage, comes sending it down the inside on that line, and then goes wide himself, and Tim Sire slots up the inside again. That is a triple overtake on a competition run. My brain is dribbling out of my ears. I don't understand what I just watched, and I don't understand why Tim just went on the grass to turn around. That's going to cause him problems in the lead run. But that was crazy.
Yeah. Zach went back to pits. What do you want me to do about it?
Tim gets choice.
Yeah.
JK Sauda KO, Lamau, yeah. I'm getting Vaughan and Paulak vibes from It's Austin. Yeah, that was madness. That was not what we were expecting to see.
That was a thing.
That was definitely a thing. So it looks like Tim has opted to stay on the tyres he's on. They are under starters orders, and here we go. This is Tim Sire in the lead position now as they go for that big flick initiation. Tim slotting out onto that outside line. Zach goes What is Zach doing? Because Tim is online. Zach is not allowed to overtake while Tim is online. Zach is absolutely throwing away his opportunity here. This is Tim's battle to walk away from as Zach goes around the outside. Tim slots it up the inside yet again. Are we going to see another ridiculous overtake? This is one of the craziest battles I've ever seen in my life as Tim makes it round and Zach... Oh my God! Zach only just keeps out of the side of him. What on earth was going on there?
We have a winner, I think.
Great enthusiasm from the drivers from Fussy Fez. Did they plan that? Lol. No, I think that was just madness occurring.
I think that was rage. I think Zach had planned that, and it was rage. So
yeah,
that's not competition drifting.
I don't even need to watch the rest of it. Yeah, just for preference, don't do that.
The disappointment in Caleb's voice. Wow. Okay. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. Tim Sire gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
Yeah, that's Tim.
That's Tim all day, every day.
You don't... Yeah, that's not how it works.
Oh, Zach. That was a thing. So, Zach Mitchell removes himself from competition. We move on to the last battle. Who will Tim Sire face in the top 16? This is our last battle of our top 32. We will then get underway with the top 16. It is Edgar's Lasvenis versus Mustafa Amini. Edgar's Lasvenis, this is the first time I've seen him drive on our servers. He's chosen the S550 Mustang RTR with that NA V8 under the hood. Mustafa Amini is up on the line in the E92. They are ready to go as the lens falls out of my glasses. Everything is chaos. The lights go green. They are off the line. Anders Unger's in control of the start line. Light up dildo. Mustafa Amini flicks it up onto the rear quarter. That was a massive entry from both drivers as they come firing through. This is a really great looking battle so far. Just as I say that though, we see that Edgar's Lasvenis just comes up shy on the outside zone at 2, but then manages to hook it in, and Mustafa Amini is struggling to keep on that inside line in the chase position, now down into this big decel. This is going to be crucial. Is Mustafa Amini going to be able to get back in the battle? That is one hell of a chase. All kinds of things happening there, and they go back across the line. Wow. Young Poon Lagoon, this is nuts. Yes, it is. This is mad. Tropical Pigeon seems like they're just fucking about. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. Oh, and we're back to Potato Cam for no good reason. Excellent. But yes, that for me was an acceptable lead. Interesting chase. I mean, all kinds of stuff was happening there.
I'm just getting to witness.
I'm just watching between 2 and 3.
No, there was no reason for him to do that.
Mustafa Amini now in the lead position. They are ready to go. I'm ready when you're ready as well, Chris. Edgar's Lasvenis now has to control himself in that chase position. Mustafa Amini's got to put down that strong lead line in the E92 on the right hand side of your screens. The lights come on and it is green. It is go time for the final battle of our top 32. We are halfway through the night as they get sent up onto that inside. A nice line from Mustafa Amini as he gets round that outer clip though, nicely fulfilling 2 there, goes for the transition up the hill. Oh, well, it was their contact before that clip. I'll have to watch the replay to see that as they get hooked back in. Mustafa Amini getting his throttle down, pulling away. Look at that gap open up now on Edgar's Lasvenis as they come down into the final part of this track and across the line. Let's see if there was contact. That's going to be crucial.
There was contact.
You did look like there was contact.
I have a winner.
Let's see this. Mustafa Amini goes for the transition. Yeah, there was definite contact on the way up there. Oh, and we're back to Potato Cam as we go through that section, but then it comes back into focus. Yeah, stream quality is on point. Just as I say that, yeah, the potato quality cams kicks in. It's something to do with the output. I think it's just because of where I am. We're by the lake in the middle of the mountains and the internet is fluctuating a little bit, so some of them are coming out perfect and some of them are coming out a little bit rubbish. But they are turned around. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
That's an OMT for me.
It's a one more time from Caleb Dauphiny. Chris Ennis, your winner, please. Mustafa for you?
Yeah.
I have to say, and I can't believe I'm having to say this, it's an OMT for me as well.
Because Mustafa over rotates in his chase, and then Edgar's hits at Mustafa. So.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly it. They're going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. Our final battle of the top 32 has held us up again. This is going to be a long session the way things are going right now. We're going to have to move on to that OMT. We want to see them one more time from the top. Let's see it again, boys. Rerun that fun. Get straight round. Get fresh tyres. Get back up to the start. Let's move on. This is one of the things, though, and I'm going to say this, I know we've got a small audience left, I just want to say this, guys, one of the crucial things here that you have to remember, this is a mix of pro drivers, experienced, seasoned pro drivers in both real life and in virtual competitions. It's also a place where guys who are just getting into their competition events. We're ready, by the way, Chris, whenever you want to send them. You know, guys who are doing their first competitions, using it as practice to get into competitions for the first time. It's guys who are somewhere in the middle. This is a mix of levels. It's not just an out-and-out competition. There's no qualifying. So sometimes you get incredible battles in the top 32. Sometimes you get battles where things go wrong. And just as I say that, Mustafa Amini absolutely punts into the side of Edgar's Lasvenis as they go through that first section. We'll have to assign blame for that as Mustafa Amini comes all the way around, goes for this transition down into the decel zone. Practice for his lead run in a minute, but are we going to assign blame to him for that contact? Let's have a look at it. Jamie Healey, grr, I'm so tired. Yep, you have my sympathies. Right, big snap initiation, but he's back on the throttle at the point of contact there. Gentlemen.
Still have not seen it.
Oh God.
Yeah, I have person at blame.
Okay. Ryan Cider, I'm a likely fall asleep at the helm. I know, we want to get on, guys. I know you want to get on too. We're getting there.
Okay, yeah, I've got to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mustafa Amini is in the lead position. When you're ready to send him, Chris, let's go. Anders Unger's wrangling our start line, keeping these guys under control. Anders will not be having a great time because he'll be wanting to get to bed as well. He's very late in Scandinavia for all of these Scandinavian drivers, but this is the best time for everyone really globally on the weekend to try and get everyone together, and that's a really nice line from Mustafa Amini as he comes flying through there. In that chase position, though, we see Edgar's Lasvenis managing to hold on to the back end of Mustafa Amini this time. A little bit of a gap opening up, but no massive mistakes on this run so far. It's not an inactive chase just yet as Mustafa Amini goes flying through into this final section. Edgar Lasvenis, oh God, was that wheel straight in the background? We're going to have to go back and have a look.
Well, he dropped 2 wheels between 2 and 3.
Young Poon Lagoon, I'm new here, loving the content. Thank you very much. It's great to have you along. That was a big slowdown in that chase position, though, from Edgar's Lasvenis. Jeez.
Yeah, that was wheel straight.
This is going to be a long session, says Ben, sweating bullets with his router standing over his shoulder with a baseball bat. Man, you have no idea. It's not even the router. This is going through the phone. My phone is looking at me from the... Well, Steph's phone is looking at me from the table going, you know that eventually I will just go dry. There will be no lube.
Yeah.
You will just be immediately buggered. Sunga Mais, thank you for the follow. Gentlemen, do you have a winner?
Yep.
No. Oh. Yeah.
So it's a one more time from Chris Ennis. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
That's Mustafa for me. Edgar's dropped tire and then his first run. That bad initiation is what caused that hit. If you look and rewatch that, he almost over-rotated, did weird things. So for me, Mustafa.
It was. I think it was excessive decel in that first section as well.
I saw Mustafa dial off angle and pick up speed.
Yeah, but from the very get-go, Edgar's frankly just a bad initiation, over-angled and then took out angle, and it's
as the deciding vote, much as I can see the argument for one more time, but for me that flick to initiation from Edgar's in the first run was too aggressive, and there's a moment where he's off throttle waiting for the car to balance and trying to get everything under control, and the slowdown there is massive. It would be very, very hard to keep that under control. So for me, Mustafa Amini
are you
gets
watching the same thing?
Yes, we're watching the same thing, Chris.
I've not seen him drop a wheel until he gets punted.
I'm not saying he drops a wheel, I'm saying it's excessive decel as he gets into that first clip. The speed comes off so hard through the first half of that outer clip at zone 1 when Edgars is in the lead. It's absolutely massive. And then, in the chase position, Edgars goes wheels straight. So I have him at fault for the contact in the first run, and I have him with a 0 in the second.
Fair enough, let's move on.
So, that is the end of our top 32. We have reached it. Chris doesn't agree, and he's entitled to that, and I can see where he's coming from. It was marginal, the decel being too much, but I can see that's my opinion as the final step in. So we are saying that Mustafa Amini gets the win and advances on. This is your bracket, how it looks right now. We have completed the top 60. The top 32. We move on to the top 16. This is how things are looking. Bobby Hill will take on Jamie Healey. Craig Fulghum will take on Robert Kaczynski. Ryan Cider versus Guillermo Cabrera. Alexander Yagaard versus Robin Gunningham. On the other side of the bracket, Chris Lycup versus Octavian Chelaroo. Andreas Lane versus Cormac Gard. Nico Lapinen versus Emil Leirud, and Tim Sire versus Mustafa Amini. That is how things are shaping up. We are going to get the first guys loaded in, ready to go for the next part of the battle. This is what we're looking at here. I am going to drop this bracket in so that everyone can see it into the overall chat, and while we wait for these guys to initially load in, I'm going to send you guys to a small ad break of our Pro Pack so you can see that, and you guys, if you have not driven with us previously, you can download that and get ready to come and join in with these competitions. We'll be back very, very shortly. Okay, we are back. You guys saying the quality sucks, so that probably means that we're having some kind of connection issue. That is a real shame. We were just going to push on. It will come back. It usually does. We will flick backwards and forwards, and I don't know why that's happening, but I apologise. It doesn't normally stay this bad. We will see what happens. It should pick back up. The connection's saying it's good, so we'll see what happens. We are back on the line, ready to go. It is the top 16. We are ready to send our first set of cars for this top 16 battle. If you, Chris, could let them get underway. We have got Bobby Hill to lead in, Jamie Healey. They are on the line, ready to go. And as Unger's our start line marshal gets the lights on, here we go. They are coming off the line now. Here we go. It is go time. Bobby Hill in that lead position, firing through with Jamie Healey in the chase as they come through, round up that line. Now onto outside zone 2. Bobby Hill looking very controlled in that lead, makes that snappy transition. But Jamie Healey's right there in the GT86, right up onto the door as they push through into the final outer zone here. This transition is going to be crucial into the decel. Bobby Hill over-rotates. Does he manage to hold it? Oh, he's having to make a correction and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay.
I think he clipped that outer curb, and that's what sent him round.
I think he's streaming from a lake, that's why his internet's not up to spec. Yeah, so at the moment we're by a lake in southern New Zealand. We're not normally out on the lake at the moment, but we're having to do everything through the mobile data, and sometimes they just lose a little bit of reception and then come back. So I apologise if the stream is not as good as it normally is. It is outputting in 1080, so it should be at least trying to do things. As we see the end of that run, they come through and back round to the start. We're going to move straight on. We've got a view from that one. As soon as they're ready, Chris, let's go. It is go time, the second half of this, the first battle of our top 16. Jamie Healey now to lead in, Bobby Hill, and as Ungers has them under start line ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go. They are off the line. Go time here on this battle as Bobby Hill chases in Jamie Healey. Here we go, that flick initiation. Bobby Hill right up onto the door of Jamie Healey there, really trying to bring the pace up onto him. Oh, and that's a big correction from Bobby, but Jamie is riding that brake to try and keep the angle on. That GT86 normally much faster through here, and Bobby's bringing the proximity right up onto that rear quarter as we come through. Now down onto this final transition. This is going to be where Bobby's going to have to make sure he keeps everything under control. He over-rotated in that lead position, and Jamie's checking up round and through across the line. Let's have a look at on the replay. Gentlemen, that might be the best battle we've had so far.
That was a good battle.
There was one very small error from a driver in my book in the lead, and another very small error from a driver in the chase position, which means if it comes to it, I have a winner. Do you both have a winner?
Am I watching the last battle? Done.
Yes.
Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Jamie.
Caleb Dauphiné, when you're ready, your winner, please.
Yep, Jamie.
And it would have been Jamie for me as well. Bobby's over-correction as he comes into clip 2 in the chase, and also his over-rotation into clip 7 in the lead, just costing him that battle. That would have been so close. If Bobby hadn't had that over-rotation in the lead coming into 7, it probably would have gone one more time. But we are going to move on as Jamie Healey gets the win. We move on to Sir Gregory Fulghum, Craig Fulghum, the VDC commentator, Austin Meeks spotter in Formula D, and our consummate winner here at TGDC. He is up onto the line, leading in Robert Kaczynski in that GT86. Let's get this battle underway. Can Craig continue his march to a 6th victory out of 7 events? He has podiumed at every event he's taken part in with us here at Tsujigiri Global GIF Challenge. Here we go, the lights come on, and as Unger in control of the start line glowing dildo. Here we go, this big flick initiation from Craig, gets onto that outside line really quickly, but Robert Kaczynski's right there. Look at that from Robert Kaczynski, pushing up onto the door. A little bit of a correction as he takes the angle back on to maintain that proximity. Now that transition, Robert coming up onto that front quarter with Craig, but Craig pushing forwards onto clip 4. Now Robert slotting back up onto the door. This transition is going to be crucial into the decel. This is where you can throw it away in the lead and the chase position as Craig tries to get into that inside zone and gets punted by Robert in the chase position and across the line. Well, that was an exciting battle, gentlemen. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Still watching.
I like the way that Caleb's basically getting my commentary ahead of time so he knows exactly what to look for and then watches it on the stream live.
Yeah, it's actually working out.
As Craig slowly makes his way back round to the start line, coming into position. Robert Kaczynski's already there, ready to go on the start in the lead position. When you are ready, Chris Ennis, make the go things happen. Robert Kaczynski in that yellow GT86, newly upgraded for the Phase 1 Pro pack, comes off the line. That car is much better to drive with the new tyre model that we've put on it and with the suspension upgrades, but then so is that 2JZ powered RPS 13. It feels fantastic to drive now with that Wisefab on both cars as they come firing through this transition. Craig in a great position in the chase, slotted right in, absolutely mirroring the angle at Robert Kaczynski. Is he getting too close? No, he's managed to rein it in. That's great aggression in the chase position from Craig. This is where it's going to be crucial. Will Robert make it onto the inside? Yes, he does. Round and across the line. That is the best battle we've seen all evening overall, apart from that contact in run 1. Let's go back and have a look at it. Oh, and we're back to potato cam. That must be my internet going yet, comrade. Up that transition. Very aggressive from both drivers. This is one that could almost go one more time just on merit rather than on mistakes, but there was definitely someone at fault for the contact coming into the final corner on the first run. So I shall ask the question, Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
I'm just watching the contact again, trying to assign blame.
Yeah, it's an interesting section because it seems like Craig is slowing down even after the decel zone to make that clip.
Craig's, trying to slow down to get the clip.
Is he slowing down because he's at angle on throttle and pushing in, or is he slowing down because he's actually slowing down? I'm going to put the replay up of the second half of that battle just so we can see if there was anything there too, but... it's definitely an interesting collision. I think the argument could be made that Craig isn't slowing down, but that he's actually swooping back in the same way as we saw on the battle with Josh earlier. Taking that wider line and then swooping in onto the inside clip is almost more of the racing line. Brake late, brake deep, and then tuck up and in.
Yeah, I think he possibly would have made it if it hadn't been for the contact.
No, he would have definitely made it.
So the question is not would he have made it, the question is was he at fault by over slowing? If it's not clearly excessive decel,
he is on the throttle, so he isn't slowing down. Yeah, I think Robert's just tucked himself a bit too far up the inside.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question so we can move on. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Craig.
And Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Craig.
Craig gets the win. He advances on. You can understand that point of view. I could have seen it going one more time. I could have seen the argument for Robert Kaczynski as well, but I think Craig was on throttle coming in on that line from deep, and I'm pretty sure from memory that he did it against Stee as well in that position. So Jamie Healey will face Craig Fulghum in the in the Great 8. That's going to be an exciting battle. Next up, Ryan Cider will take on Guillermo Cabrera.
Yeah, just I don't know, that will be controversial, but just in my opinion, I think Robert just dived, like I think we already said, just had that dive and blocked Craig from making that inside.
Yeah, I agree.
Otherwise made that.
Let's see it. Here we go. This is Ryan Cider to leading Guillermo Cabrera. They are on the line, ready to go. We are ready in the judges' tower and commentary here. I say tower. I'm on a lake house next to Lake Tekaboo. Chris is sat in his lounge with a beer. And Caleb, where are you, Caleb?
Oh, I am currently in my bedroom.
He's in bedroom. There we go. So, as Ryan Cider gets the jump on Guillermo Cabrera, and Ryan Cider right on the outside line, but he's overcooked it. He's definitely went too far. There was 1 inch in that, and as soon as he touched the grass, the grip just fell away from him. A massive mistake from Ryan Cider there, but oh no. Now there's another mistake in the chase position from Guillermo Cabrera, trying to make up that distance. I think Ryan is maybe going to be at fault for that one as well. We'll have to go back and see on the replay as Ryan tries to get that big Mustang tucked in and up onto the inside line. He will be furious about dropping that wheel there. Let's see it on the replay. You can see Ryan's riding that line, and as soon as the wheel touches the grass, the grip falls away from him. He manages to wrangle it in, coming up into clip 2. Then in the transition, the car's decelling up on the angle there, and Guillermo Cabrera is almost a wheel on the grass coming into that rear quarter of that giant Mustang. Then as we come back down the hill, potato cam kicks in, but you can still see very clearly Guillermo's hard on the angle trying to get up onto Ryan's door and across the line. So we're switching them back round. Guillermo Cabrera will now lead. Ryan Cider at fault for the grass dropping, but is he at fault for the contact as they came up the hill? Our judges. Oh, and Guillermo's gone back to the pits. Why?
I've just said him wants new tyres, let him.
Yeah, I think Anders is aware of that. But it looks like they're ready to go. Let's get them underway. We don't want to hold up here. Very strange, Guillermo, to go back to the pits like that. Effectively, that's used up his 5-minute rule. The lights go green. It is go time here for the second half of this battle in the top 16. Guillermo Cabrera going for the flick initiation. Ryan Cider right there. Ryan going to be very conscious of the fact that his car will absolutely kill itself if it drops that tyre out onto the outside line again. Guillermo Cabrera on a nice line riding up the hill. There's that transition. Big flick. You can see he's trying to get that line out to the outside and then tuck in. But Ryan Cider's right with him all the way through there. This transition going to be crucial. Is Ryan still in the fight? Guillermo Cabrera. Oh, Guillermo Cabrera. Was that excessive decel? We'll have to go back to the replay and have a look. Oh God, it's on potato cam. Why is it on potato cam? God damn it. Right, this is going to be crucial as they come up the hill. This big flick transition, very nicely controlled by Ryan in the chase position. Guillermo Cabrera nicely out onto all of the clips. A really strong lead through most of this section from Guillermo Cabrera. But then down here, it looked to me like he was off throttle on a very strange line coming into that final clip. But Caleb Dauphiné, have you had a chance to review everything?
I'm midway through.
Tim Sire, go. On Gergui on the line. Yeah, it was a really nice line through the first half. The thing that's questioning for us is whether he was offline, causing that decel to be excessive into clip 7. It was a big flick, and he was losing speed all the way from clip 6 to clip 7 from what I could see there. But that is going to be down to our judges to decide.
Okay, yeah, I've got a
winner?
I think it's the other way around. I think Ryan straightened and picked up speed.
Okay, it's irrelevant. All you need to know, Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
I can't say his name.
Guillermo Cabrera.
Yes.
1 vote for Guillermo.
I just can't.
Yeah, Guillermo.
Guillermo, that is 2 votes for Guillermo. Guillermo Cabrera advances on to the Great 8, knocking out Ryan Cider, who will be furious that it was probably that first run that threw it all away for him. Who will Guillermo Cabrera face? Is it going to be Alexander Yagaard or Robin Gunningham? Alexander Yagaard coming up to the line now. Robin Gunningham in the chase position in that RB27 powered S14. Well done to Guillermo Cabrera on managing to hold his nerve in that second run there. Ryan sadly knocked out by his own hand, dropping that Mustang out onto the grass when he had a huge advantage on initiation off the start line. Let's move on. As soon as they are ready, we will go. This is going to be an interesting battle. Alexander Yagaard in that 2J powered S13 versus Robin Gunningham in that RB27 powered S14. Anders has just had his Assetto crash, because of course he has. That's exactly what we needed. I could just see the start line semaphore just starting to drift off to one side, and then it vanished. He's got very fast internet and high-speed computer, so it'll only take him 10 seconds or so to get back into the server, and then you'll see the start line just gently potter past the grass and pop into view.
Arguably the best drift car in the pack.
Arguably, yeah. Arguably the best drift car in the pack. It has 1,200 horsepower. It's absolutely silent. It has an basically S14 physics. And it's just hilarious, and it wobbles from side to side whenever you see it go, and it does a really... There it is. Look at it potter into view. Oh, it's never not funny. Right, they are on the line, ready to go. Guillermo Cabrera is already through. Who will he be facing? Alexander Yagaard or Robin Gunningham? Here they are. They are on the start line. Anders is ready. They are under starters' orders. 3, 2, 1, and go. This is Robin Gunningham getting off the line very, very slowly. Oh my word, Alexander Yagaard has opened up a huge advantage just from getting off the line cleanly. That was RB things happening in the background, just not managing to get the car lit up. As Robin goes streaming off into the grass and out onto the beach. And he just wanted to go and make some sandcastles, have a lovely time, maybe get himself a Cornetto or a Mr. Whippy. And now it has potentially cost him this battle as he comes screaming down into the inside of Alexander Yagaard on an absolutely stonking lead run there. Just see that Alexander Yagaard gets off the line when he should, but Robin Gunningham does not get the start lit up at all and then heads off into the gravel. That is a bad day for him there, as that car had been looking really competitive in the first battle that he was in earlier. Does that mean that potentially we have lost both of our S14 RB27s? We'll have to wait as we come through into the latter half of the battles to confirm. There is still a chance to overturn this. There could be a mistake from Alexander Yagaard, but right now that is a 10-0 advantage to the man from Scandinavia. So, Robin up onto the line, ready to go. They're under starters' orders. Here we go. The lights coming on. It's go time. The second half of this battle. Is Robin going to be able to make that initiation work for him this time? Finally gets off the line in that impressive S14. Gets the flick initiation. It's a big gap opening up. But oh no! It's 3, 4. Is it 4? It was definitely 3. 3 tyres off track. That is an automatic 0 if it was 3. As Alexander Yagaard gets the overtake done while Robin is offline. Powers round and through. This is just more practice for Alexander Yagaard, who has almost certainly got the win there as we cross the line. Gentlemen, I'm not even going to ask, do I need to ask the question?
No, nope. I've already sent it to Anders.
Excellent.
Yeah, Alex.
Alexander Yagaard, as the replay plays through, gets the win and advances on to face Guillermo Cabrera in...
Are we missing the driver?
The second half. Well, we've still got the whole other half of the battle tree to log in. Those guys are going to be jumping in now.
Tim's on the server, and I didn't know whether he had to. He was in this group.
So, that means right now we have the first half of our Great 8 sorted, and this is how it's looking. You will see Jamie Healey go up against Craig Fulghum. Jamie Healey looking rejuvenated in that GT86 and much more confident than he has done in the last few events when he was in the S15 from the last pack. Then Guillermo Cabrera takes on Alexander Yagaard. That is the first half of our Great 8, all decided. On the other half of our top 16 still to come, Chris Lycup, Formula D driver, takes on Octavian Chelaroo. Andreas Lane, Scandinavian Norwegian Drift Pro, versus Cormac Gard, the young man from Ireland. Nico Lapinen takes on Emil Leirud, another Norwegian pro. And then Tim Sire takes on Mustafa Amini. That is the second half of your top 16 coming up next.
All good battles.
I think those are all good battles. As they load in onto the track, let's go for a quick helicopter around. Not in a sexy way, Christopher. Have a look at this track.
I will be right back. 5 seconds.
Oh, we're in some tree there. You can see the track. This is that big long drag uphill. It doesn't look that much from the cameras, but if we come down here onto track level, you can see That is actually a very serious uphill section that these guys have been facing as they come through from clip 1 up to clip 2. It's a pronounced downhill all the way through into this sort of bomb crater, coming through clip 1, swinging round here, and then up this big uphill drag. Is very, very noticeable. And then the crest comes just as you flick out onto the outside here at clip 3, and then this flat section dropping away. We'll come round and just have a look straight down here, so you guys can see that is, as I peek through the grass, that is that downhill section again, all the way from the crest there. Even clip 4 is part of that downhill section, that downhill swoop, all the way out to 5 onto that outside line, then the transition down into 6 and 7. So as you go through this decel, you load up the car, transition out onto this outside edge, decel, and the track flattens out the whole way through, and you really get that sensation of the car gripping up as it comes down into this inside clip at 7. That's what these guys have been doing. Just to give you some sensation, that is how big that difference is, coming downhill through 1, uphill through 2, cresting at 3, and then the sweep all the way down progressively through 4, 5, 6, and into 7. So it looks like we've got most of the guys onto the server. The remainder just loading in now as we come up and through. There's guys popping into existence. The fastest unloading of a trailer you've ever seen. And there's our judges' cars that we chose from the pack today, because they're nice and quiet. You can sit in these all the time without any stress.
Do them a little Fiat.
Absolutely, as we come round. So this is going to be Formula D's Chris Lycup leading in for the first time in this battle. Chris Lycup to lead in Octavian Chelaroo. As soon as they are ready, the lights go on, they are underway. Chris Lycup leading in Octavian Chelaroo. These guys have done battle before. It's a very close thing. Chris Lycup getting absolutely hooked up onto that outside line. A really nice line through 1 by Chris Lycup, using the massive amount of power, that 900 horsepower 2J in the SC300. Doesn't quite fulfill clip 3 as much as we've seen from him before, but it's a nice line through 4, angling up hard to get out into 5, just dropping a wheel onto the outside line there, and then angling up. Big slowdown, but keeping the momentum in that massive car as they come across the line. Chris Lycup rounding out that first battle half with Octavian Chelaroo nicely on his door most of the way through. Yonut77 asking for the track. The track will be available after the event finishes via our Discord. You can get to the Discord via the website, which is Tsujigiri.world. So they are back at the start there. Coming around now, Octavian Chelaroo going to lead in Chris Lycup. The second half of this battle, Octavian Chelaroo in the RPS 13 with the 2JZ under the bonnet. Chris Lycup in that big 2J powered SC300. When we were putting the pack together, we did the testing of all of these, and I can tell you that every single other car fits inside the SC300 like a Russian nesting doll set. They are all totally hidden by that giant car. As the lights come on, they are off the line. Octavian Chelaroo gets off the line cleanly. Chris Lycup's there in that massive SC300, gets that handbrake drag onto the initiation to try and keep the proximity, and he manages to do it. Look at that big car hunting down Octavian Chelaroo in the background, but we go for the transition. He's very close as Octavian Chelaroo just drops a wheel on the uphill into clip 3. Now on the downhill section, Chris Lycup trying to maintain that proximity using the left foot braking to stay in the game. This is it now, the big transition into the final section. Octavian Chelaroo onto the inside line and across the finish. Gentlemen, that was a thing.
Just going to the detail tab.
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to switch this over here because I think this delay is getting worse and worse. They still haven't gone for their second run on mine.
Oh, we're almost at the end of the replay on the main stream.
Yeah, I don't know why there's such a delay. Tried refreshing.
What, you on Twitch or YouTube?
The Twitch.
Try it on
YouTube.
the YouTube.
Was even worse.
That was
YouTube was even worse.
And the Facebook?
Not tried the Facebook.
Either way, let's see. Have you had a chance to review the run yet?
Yeah, midway through.
Okay.
Just saw the drop.
Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
Don't think I do.
Oh. Caleb Dauphiny, do you have a winner?
Well, Chris in his lead missed clip 2, 3, and the last clip. And on his lead, Octo had a great chase on Chris. Reverse of that, Octo had that tire drop in the lead, and Chris had, I think, around an equivalent, maybe not as good as, quite as good as Octo's case. So comes down to how that off some.
If anything,
Dominique Robichaud, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. And you used 99 stars. Thank you very much indeed.
Octave dropped wheels, which sort of evens out the lead runs.
Yeah.
Octave's chase was possibly better. Chris wasn't quite running as much angle.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it's very close.
For Tim Sire. Understandable. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, that's territory.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you have a winner?
One more time.
One more time?
One more time.
One more time? Okay, let's send them again. Let's rerun the fun. I can understand why. Let's get this underway straight away, guys. Come on. Back to the start line. It is going to be Chris Lycup to lead in first again. That wheel drop from Octave enough to swing it back to a one more time. I think if he hadn't had that, that would have almost certainly been the run done for him in his favour. But he's got to tidy that up and not end up dropping that tyre onto the outside edge coming into that section, because it did make life very hard in the chase position. You could see it carried him further up the hill than Chris was expecting, and he wasn't able to keep on the power into that inside edge. So let's see it again. Chris Lycup bringing that big S300 up to the line. They are ready on the line. Here we go. The problem with great battles is you often get a lot of one more times. We had some bad battles that led to some one more times earlier. These guys, this has been pretty close. It's been good to spectate, but it has not been inch perfect. That is what we want to see from these guys. It is a high standard of drifting we expect on the server. So Chris Lycup fills zone 1 nicely, but Octave is right with him. Octavian Chelaroo managing to get right up onto that door. Chris filling 2 much better this time, and into 3 with the back end of that massive car. Octave right tight on the inside, having to angle up and correct as Chris Lycup perfectly fills that inner clip. This is going to be crucial now. Is Chris able to get that car in onto the inside line? Yes, he is, with beautiful angle. Nicely round and across the line. That has got to be one of the best lead lines that we've seen so far tonight. Oh, Potato Cam, why do you hate me? Really good run in the lead from Chris Lycup. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, it was. I don't think the chase was as good. There was a bit of separation from the start up to clip 1, but then Octave managed to dial him back in. But yeah, nothing massively stood out.
Are you up to speed, Caleb?
Yep, I've joined the server as well, so...
Aha, okay, so someone can do overhead cam at the same time. We are ready to go. They are on the start line. Octavian Chelaroo is now leading in. Chris Lycup. Octavian Chelaroo, experienced competition drifter. Chris Lycup, less so on Assetto Corsa, but he is an experienced Formula D competitor in real life, as Octavian Chelaroo just drops a wheel there. And almost again there as they come up, and look at Chris Lycup bringing that pressure right up onto the rear quarter of Octavian Chelaroo. Here we go for that final transition. Is Chris going to be able to maintain that proximity? Yes, he does. Big angle as he comes round using that boat and its massive traction to his advantage to force his way across the line. Nicholas Duncan, thank you for the share. Welcome along. So a bit of an opening there in that very first corner, but from then on you can see Chris Lycup really getting into the battle. Octavian Chelaroo dropping 1, maybe 2 wheels as he comes round across that section. and then down into the decel. This is where, for me, Chris Lycup was super impressive, is into that decel section. And across the line, I'm going to ask the question, do you have a winner?
Watching this replay, I didn't quite see the drop, so I'm
Chris Ennis?
Yeah, but it's only because of the wheel. Well, possibly one wheel dropped at clip 2.
Whilst Caleb Dauphiné is getting up to speed, Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Chris Lycup.
Chris Lycup gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
That's very close to not being a drop. That is knife edge.
At clip 2, he definitely had our wheel on the grass.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just barely, but yep. Yeah. Just purely because of that drop, though. Because otherwise...
Yeah, otherwise it'd have been a one more time again.
Yeah,
because Chris's chase in that first section was not as good as Octav's for me either, but I'm assuming that therefore the winner is Chris Lycup.
Yes.
Yes.
It is knife edge, but there we go. Chris Lycup advances. The man from Formula D makes it through to the Great 8 here at Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge. Saturday showdown. Who will he face? Is it going to be Andreas Lane, the VDC Pro, or is it going to be Cormac Gard, the young man from Ireland? They are up next. Should be coming up to the line now. Andreas Lane first to lead in that James Dean replica S14.9 as they call it, with the carbon Kevlar body kit, the 2J under the hood, 790 horsepower on BC Racing coilovers and Wisefab suspension all round, with the nice new Samsonis RS90 gearbox, all perfectly replicated as part of our pack and approved by James Dean himself. So make sure you give yourselves a download, get on there and get that car underneath you to enjoy. He is facing off against Cormac Gard, who has switched to that RPS 13 with the 2J under the bonnet. That is the replica of Stefan Stefanov's BDC car, running HSD coilovers, Wisefab all round, and that big 2J with a GS653DZ diesel BMW box with some very interesting ratios. But here you can see he is using them to full effect to keep up with that monster James Dean car. Cormac having a little hesitation as they come through clip 4, firing down into clip 6 and 7 though. Andreas Lane on a perfect line coming up onto that inside section and across the line.
Very large gap there throughout, pretty much.
Yeah.
The end, Cormac there. Andreas could have had a better first clip there.
Meshel JX, thanks for the follow. Yeah, you can see here, this is that section. Andreas Lane is looking really strong in that lead position, just keeping the hammer down all the way out through the top section of the course. And as he comes into this bottom transition, Cormac just not looking as confident in the chase as we have seen him. He uses that shallow angle to manage to get the closing proximity, but it's not potentially enough as they come into the final section. They are back on the line, they are ready to go, and as Ungos has been told to send those drivers the start line semaphore, which Anders affectionately refers to as the light up dildo of starting on the line there. The lights have gone green. Cormac very slow to get off the line that time, but Andreas Lane waited for him. He's tucked right onto his rear quarter, and look at that initiation from Andreas Lane. Is absolutely phenomenal, using that left foot braking to stay right up on Cormac Gard. That is one of the most aggressive chases we've seen in that first section of the track. Diving up onto the inside comes Andreas Lane, putting the pressure on Cormac. This final section is going to be crucial as Andreas tries to keep the angle off to maintain the proximity, but there's a wobble there from the man in the chase position as they come round and through and across the line. Let's see that on the replay. That was definitely a thing.
That was almost straight. That was almost straight, Andreas.
Yeah.
He'd have won that if it hadn't been for that.
Oh wow, that is a big statement from Chris. That means that Chris, as we switch to potato cam again, I'm so sorry folks, I don't know why it's doing that. It is set to be a 1080 output all the time and it's just compressing down on that one. But here we can see as we come through this section, Andreas Lane gets himself in a weird situation, has to almost reinitiate. It's a definite wobble. Is it enough to overturn all of the rest of the good work that he did in the lead and chase from the rest of the run? Do you guys have a winner?
Currently watching the replay on the stream.
He had the wobble and then the straighten as well.
So, Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
Yes. Mr. Gard.
Cormac Guard gets 1 vote.
Yep. Yeah, he had a full straight in there. Yep, that's Cormac, and it was all Andreas until that point.
Yep, absolutely. So with 1 mistake, Cormac Guard swings it back his way. Cormac gets the win and advances on to take on Chris Lycup. Cormac back to his winning ways with that new car. And that is a big surprise because that was all Andreas, both in the lead and in the trace, right up until that gap between clips 4 and 5. So Cormac advances on. We are into the final section of our top 16. Nico Lapinen versus Emil Leirud. Tim Sire versus Mustafa Amini. They are coming up to the line. They are already here. Nico Lapinen to lead first. Emil Leirud to chase. An all Scandinavian face-off. Let's get this underway. It is go time for the final battles of our top 16. Emil Leirud off the line slowly there. Nico Lapinen goes for that flick initiation. It caught him out earlier when he went running straight off the track, but by the time we'd got to 4th one more time, he definitely got his lead dialed in and had relaxed some of those nerves. That big flick, but it's taking him very wide up the track. Is he going to be able to tuck in without correction? It's causing a big problem for Emil Leirud in the chase position. Much better 9 from Nico Lapinen as he comes back down into this bottom section, but is it too tight? Yes, there's a wobble and a massive decel as he comes through into clip 7. Let's go back to the replay. Hey boys, I am the back. Emil in top 16, hell yeah. Rise stencil, come on Emil. Yeah, Emil Leirud looking strong in that chase position. A strange line from Nico Lapinen as he comes up into this top section. It all goes wrong for me here as he drops that wheel onto the rumble strip. It takes out some of his momentum. He has to make that correction coming through 4 and 5, and then that suckers him into this weird line that means he's then losing speed. He's still decelling at the apex of that final corner as they come into clip 7. For me, I'm not judging, I'm just here as the final deciding vote. The guys will have their own opinion.
Not good, you're just being judgy.
I'm not judging, I'm just a very judgmental person. They are back on the line. Emil Leirud in the lead position, Nico Lapinen in the chase. Let's get this underway. It is go time, the second half of this battle. We're into the final quarter of our top 16. Emil Leirud off the line goes for that big flick initiation, nicely out into that outside zone, filling it well as Nico Lapinen manages to get the left foot braking to try and bring that proximity back, and Emil absolutely takes it to the limit of the track there as he manages to get out into clip 2. Now back on the power nicely through clip 3 and 4. A little bit of a wobble there as he comes out into 5, but a gap opening up. The aggression not there from Nico Lapinen, and that's a big correction from the man in the chase position as they come round through the final section of the track.
Was that a straighten from Nico?
It's going to be close. I didn't see a straighten, but I am going to watch it on the replay and have a look. We can see there is definitely not the proximity there.
I have a winner anyway.
Coming up the hill, that's a nice smooth line from Emil Leirud as he comes rounding down out onto that outside line. A slight correction there just to get the car hooked up. I think it might have been a gear change, but then onto this final section. There, a big wobble in the chase position.
Full lock and rolling burnout over the last clip.
So, Caleb Dauphinee, your winner, please.
Watching the replay, I'm pretty sure I have a winner. Want to be sure. Yeah, for me, it's Emil for me.
Okay, and Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Emil.
Emil gets the win and advances on to the Great 8. Who will he face? The final battle of our top 16. Tim Sire versus Mustafa Amini. Mustafa Amini to chase first. Tim Sire, the Quebecois man to lead in. I almost absolutely butchered that, like I butchered some of the names last week when we were doing this competition. I do apologise to the whole of the region of Quebec for that horror show, frankly. Dominique Robichaud here supporting Tim with his her 99 star contribution. These guys are on the line, ready to go. It's their first all E92 battle of the night. Tim Sire to lead in first of all. They are ready on the line. It is go time. Last battle of the top 16. They are under starters orders. Mustafa Amini versus Tim Sire. Tim Sire in the green, Mustafa Amini in the orange, ready to go. The lights will come on any second as Anders puts them under starters orders. making sure they're straight on the line. Here we are. It is go time for the final battle of the top 16. Tim Sire goes for the double flick initiation, and Mustafa Amini comes up onto the door, but Tim's had that wobble as he goes through that outer zone. That was definitely going to be at blame for that wobble that it then caused in Mustafa Amini, but Mustafa's managing to get back into that rear position up onto the quarter. Look at that E92 surge up onto the door of Tim Sire as they come down. This big transition going to be crucial. Is Mustafa Amini going to be able to maintain the proximity and the pressure without the contact? Yes, he is, as Tim Sire comes up very short onto the inside edge there and across the line. Well, just as we cut to that replay, we can see that big wobble from Tim in the lead position. It looks to me like he went for almost a triple flick initiation, which we don't allow, and that is something that we're very hot on here. You've got to make sure that you are wheels straight until you go for your actual initiation. But it caused that big check-up as they came out into that first corner. That's definitely created the wobble in the chase position for Mustafa Amini. Back across. As they come back round up to the start line. Mustafa Amini on the start line, ready to go. Tim Sire. We haven't asked the judges anything yet. My impression is there is a slight advantage one way there. Let's see. Is it going to stay that way all the way through? Dominic Robishaw, thank you for the like. It's great having you still here. Hopefully your man Tim Sire stays in, and even if he doesn't, it'd be great to have you here all the way through the competition. We like it when people can support the guys all the way to the end as they go for that big flick initiation. That is a great entry from Mustafa Amini, but Tim Sire's right there as Tim pushes too hard, just gets into the quarter of Mustafa Amini, but Mustafa then has that correction. Was that caused by the contact? He goes deep up through clip 3, pushes forward onto clip 4, just starting to open up a gap on Tim Sire. Now on the downhill section, this big swoop initiation into the final section. Oh, and Tim Sire is losing ground all the time on Mustafa Amini as they come round and through and across the line, gentlemen. Oh, Dominique, thank you for the follow, and Lixony, thank you for the follow.
I have a winner.
I have a winner.
Okay. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Mustafa.
Mustafa Amini gets 1 vote. Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
Mustafa.
As we come through the final section there, Mustafa Amini gets his win. That is it. We are there. It is all signed up. Tim Sire, sadly, from that double mistake in turn 1, first in the lead and then in the chase, gets knocked out by Mustafa Amini, who advances on to face Emil Leirud in the Great 8. This now is how your bracket is shaping up. I say that as I punch keys to make sure that everything comes up into perspective. We are through to the Great 8. Jamie Healey to take on Craig Fulghum. Can Jamie Healey be the first person to knock out Craig Fulghum before he has reached a podium? It would be a massive feather in the cap of the young Englishman. Guillermo Cabrera versus Alexander Yagaard. Chris Lycup versus Cormac Gard. Can Cormac Gard, the young man from Ireland, take down a Formula D pro driver? Retired, yes, but nonetheless, that man has a Formula D license. And then Emil Leirud to take on Mustafa Amini. That is what we are seeing here now. That is what's coming up next. We will get all 8 of those guys onto the server now, and we will see them run all the way through. We are coming straight in. We're not going to stop for anything else. We're going to move on all the way through. Josh is saying FD New Jersey is very interesting. Piddling it down with rain. I'm not going to say the actual words. I'd like to remain, you know, monetized. GS Raw Dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. We have joined us just in time for the Great 8. I know that many of you will be wanting to already start watching FD New Jersey for the Pro spec and then on to the Pro. We will be carrying on with a watch party into the Pro as things progress here. So once we finish our own competition, we will pivot aggressively to go and listen to Javat Dienda, and you can all join us for that and hear our own opinions on what's going on with the Formula D. The question is, will Jamie get to go to bed? No, Jamie, no bed for you. You get to stay up for the rest of time. So, as the guys join the server, we will go for a quick buzz around so that you guys can see what's going on. They're coming in now. There we have it. Our cars of choice this week. The SC300, those two RPS 13s with the 2Js under the bonnet. One S13.5 remains, another SC300, the two E92s down here at the end, and of course, who could forget the trusty Fiat 500. And there is Jamie Healey in his GT86 getting himself round and warmed up, ready to go to the line, versus Craig Fulghum. Jamie Healey to lead in first. This big swooping downhill section leading to the uphill on the other side, overlooked by what looks like an old plantation
no idea
house.
What is going on in the pits right now?
It would be great if we could get some people up to the line. As soon as they're in the server, let's get this going, guys. We want to move on. We are at the Great 8 at last. Hope you guys are still enjoying it, staying with us. Thank you very much for staying with us into your evening here, your Saturday night with us at Tsujigiri Collective. It's a pleasure having you all here. We are ready to get straight into our Great 8. Who do you think is... Oh my God, as we cut to Jamie Healey launching the car over the top of the hill. I hope everyone saw that. We are ready to go. Jamie Healey leading in. Craig Fulghum, our first battle of the Great 8. Then Guillermo Cabrera.
Well, we're not at the line yet. Everyone's here. We're ready to go, I think.
Yep. Is Chris Ennis alive?
I have refilled my glass, and I am happy again.
Can you tell Anders we're ready to go?
I already have done.
Excellent. Let's get these guys underway.
Who's up first? Mr. Healey.
It is Jamie Healey versus... Craig Fulghum. Joshified. Jamie Healey just pulled a Jim Clark. Yes, he did. He absolutely launched that car. So we see two JZs on the start line for this battle. One in the GT86, that very modern chassis, probably 25 years between those chassis in terms of original development. The RPS 13 from 1988, that car would have rolled out of the factory if it were real. And this early 2000s GT86, or mid-2000s GT86, off the line, goes for that big flick initiation. Jamie Healey gets the power down. Craig Fulgham's right there, but Craig has a straighten as Jamie Healey nicely fills that outer zone. Jamie Healey out onto outer zone 2. He's going to feel the pressure. Craig Fulghum is a fantastic trace driver as Craig surges up onto that inside edge, nudging up onto Jamie. They are bumping, rubbing. This is real racing, folks, as they come screaming down. Jamie Healey gets that initiation. Craig drops tyres and catches Jamie in the rear quarter as Jamie comes across. We're going to have to go to that replay. That is going to be crucial. Have we just seen the chink in Craig's armour?
Oh, Craig is pitted.
Rage pit.
Rage pit.
I like that.
Yeah, rage pit is the new phrase. Craig definitely getting onto the grass, and that contact caught Jamie in that rear quarter, not in a sexy way.
I don't think the contact was anything to be bothered about.
No, it was more the drop and the wash.
Yeah. I think the drop caused Jamie to struggle into clip 7. That was the only thing. So Jamie has taken the opportunity to pit.
Yeah.
Ludwig Vonka, thank you very much for the follow. Where can we download the track? The track will be in our server downloads as part of our Discord after the competition is finished. As soon as the competition is over, you guys can download the track. So, Craig Fulghum in the lead position is underway. Starters orders have been given. It is go time. Is this going to be the first time since starting competing with us that Craig Fulghum doesn't make it to the podium? He is on that nice outside line. Jamie Healey tucking up onto the inside. Jamie wants to go to bed. It is early hours in the UK right now. Craig Fulghum on a nice line, but Jamie Healey's right there. We haven't seen a mistake yet from the young Englishman as he comes screaming down into this last transition. As long as he doesn't murder Craig or make too many mistakes, then surely this is his to win as they come round and across the line. Is this the big upset we've been waiting for? Potato Cam, tell us a story. Go on, Caleb, what are your thoughts?
That was Jamie's. What was it? Jamie's lead and chase weren't perfect. Yeah, Craig just that two tire drop, man. That killed him. I think for me.
Chris Ennis.
Same Jamie. Yeah. So for me, Jamie's chase was pretty good. Craig's lead was brilliant, but yeah, nothing's going to overturn that error in the chase. In the chase, yeah.
So your winner, Chris Ennis?
Jamie Healey.
Oh my word, that's one vote for the most outstanding result potentially of the night. And Caleb Dauphiné, your result, please. Jamie Healey knocks out Craig Fulghum, the man who has never failed to make the podium, has just been knocked out by Jamie Healey. Jamie will be losing his mind with excitement and also sadness at not being able to go to his bed. Who will Jamie Healey face after that massive upset, that huge amount of confidence he'll now be carrying into the Final Four? Will he be facing Guillermo Cabrera, or will he be facing Alexander Yagaard? Jamie very happy about that. As we cut back to the start, let's see who's going to be here. This is Guillermo Cabrera, should be coming up to the start to face off against Alexander Yagaard. Guillermo Cabrera's looking strong all night. Alexander Yagaard has not been struggling. Guillermo Cabrera has really got that S13.5 dialed in. Very, very different driving style to the way the 13 with the 2J performs. That RB28 requires constant attention to keep it on song. But when you do, that car is fast and huge angle. The lights go on. It is go time as we go green out of the start gate there. Guillermo Cabrera to lead in. Goes for that flick as Alexander Yagaard tries to slow down. Guillermo Cabrera doesn't make it to the outside line immediately at clip 1, and he's all 4 off. That's a huge error from the man in the lead position. Guillermo Cabrera throwing away that initial start. Alexander Yagaard comes cleanly up and through. This is going to be the second battle in a row where Alexander Yagaard has watched someone throw themselves into the sandpit on that first corner, and Guillermo Cabrera is visibly angry with himself. Look at the mashing of the throttle there.
Oh, as Alex hits the tires there.
Can hit every clip but can't make it through a 6 foot wide gap.
It's... yeah. Well, I think we did say earlier that those do not have colliders. They do.
Wow, that is definitely a thing. Jamie Healey potentially already now knows who he's going to be facing. All Alex Yagaard has to do is not lose it in this lead run. This is it for the next place in the Final Four. The light goes green. Alexander Yagaard comes off the line. Guillermo Cabrera angry with himself from the way that run turned out as he put it in the grass straight away on that first section. Gets into the side of Alexander Yagaard early on in that clip 1. Now coming up the hill, he's going to be trying to send it back up onto that door. Really bringing the aggression into the battle now. But Alexander Yagaard is one impeccable line driver. Once he is out in front, he just drills the same thing every time. And look at that, using the angle to bring his way round and across the line. Gentlemen, I don't think I need to do much to ask the question. Alexander Yagaard gets the win and advances on to face Jamie Healey in the Final Four. Jamie Healey just put up in the chat that it's the one time he's babysitting the one time he's babysitting and he's made it through to the Final Four. Niece and nephew both trying to sleep, poor kids. Oh man, that is harsh. But you're doing it. You beat Craig Fulghum. You wanted to go to sleep. Those guys trying to sleep already. We are back to the line. This is Chris Lycup versus Cormac Guard. Chris Lycup in the lead position. The Formula D driver on the line ready to go. That Lexus LS300 coming cleanly off the line. That car has been absolutely phenomenal for some of the guys using it today. Chris Lycup gets cleanly into that outside zone using that massive wheelbase to his advantage and really stable through there. But in the chase position, here comes Yagaard, who is a fantastic chase driver, sends it up the inside, trying to get back up onto the door of Chris Lycup, who has got that car fully dialed in. He has spent a lot of time over the last few weeks since we released the pack, and during the testing as well as a Patreon, he has been testing that car to find every single way to get grip out of it that he can, and he has come straight to this track and he's looking real dominant. As we switch back to Potato Cam, I'm so sorry, it shouldn't be doing this, but Potato Cam will show that gap. You don't need many pixels to see the gap that opens up as Chris Lycup hits clip after clip, his lead run right on point. You just see Yagaard start to get back into things between clips 5 and 6, but then as they come into this section, yet again into that final section, like an accordion, that opens back up between those guys at that final section now. Worth it, let them be sleep deprived. That's it. You ruin the life of your niece and nephew, Jamie. We're proud of you for doing it. So, we're back to the start line. Yagaard ready to go in the lead position, taking on Formula D driver Chris Lycup. He hasn't driven Formula D in a while. He is a pro license holder, previously did Pro 2 as well. Building a new car, S13.4 with a 1J, coming back to some competition, although probably not top flight US competition. Is he now going to be able to capitalise on that excellent lead line and bring the pressure to Cormac as Cormac wobbles through there, but it is causing Chris to have to slow up. He has got so much grip in that car. He's struggling to stay in that chase position through that first section. Look at the difference in proximity and look at the size. It's like seeing the Titanic bear down on a dinghy in the foreground there as Chris Lycup comes surging back up onto the door. Cormac nowhere near clip 7 and across the line.
I have a winner.
I have a winner too.
In that case, whilst we are seeing the replay, gentlemen, I will ask you your winners. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Chris.
Chris gets 1 vote. On the subject of Chris Ennis, your vote, please.
Chris gets 2 votes.
Chris gets 2 votes. That is all we need for him to advance on to the final 4. Chris Lycup, back in competition, loving our new pack, virtual drifting his way through to the final 4. Who will he face in that final 4? Is it going to be all LS300s as Emil Leirud? Sorry, Emil, I know I butcher it every time. Emil Leirud, the man from Norway, the professional driver from Norway. He's got a 2JZ powered Supra, the ex-Drift Monkey Supra. Or is it going to be Mustafa Amini, who has only been driving with us the last few weeks? Very, very consistent in a lot of his driving. We are almost into the final 4. Let's see what happens. Mustafa coming up to the line. They are ready. It is go time. The final battle of our Great 8. The lights will be coming on any second. There we go. It is go time now. Lights go green. Emil Leirud comes off the line, flying in that SC300. These cars very evenly matched. Great traction from both of them as Emil makes a huge mistake into clip 1, drops a wheel and slows down massively. Mustafa Amini definitely taking the advantage there as he gets the power down and comes up the hill. Look at the angle he throws into that section up the top of the hill, having watched that slow down, that wheel drop, totally depriving Emil Leirud of speed. Is this going to be Mustafa Amini's day as he comes through and across the line? Whilst they backtrack to the start, let's have a look at that replay. Just make sure that we know exactly who was at blame for that first section. That big flick as it switches to Potato Cam. It's because of the resolution. You just see Emil desperately trying to keep it on the track as it just drops wheels and he goes off to go and build sandcastles and have time with his family on the beach. But we see Mustafa Amini keeps everything under control, gets the overtake done after the contact, and powers his way up and through down. This is one of my favourite parts to see Mustafa Amini driving. He doesn't make it into clip 7, but he doesn't have to after that error from Emil in that lead position. We are back to the start. Mustafa Amini on the right of your screens in the orange and black E92 with the N54 engine, 950 horsepower versus the 900 horsepower 2J powered SC300. They are back under starters orders. The dildo of destiny in the lead there as the lights will flash on. We'll go red, 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 green. 3, 2, 1, go from Anders. As long as he's ready.
Anders.
It is go time. They are off the line. Mustafa Amini with the enormous advantage there. And what has happened to my screen just there? Oh, my Assetto Corsa's frozen. My Assetto Corsa is frozen.
We're still seeing it.
Okay.
Oh, Anders has died as well.
All right, well, I will reconnect.
Oh.
Well, that, still not.
Yeah.
I don't think that'd be enough.
We're reconnecting, folks. I'm sorry about this. My Assetto Corsa has decided to die after all that time.
Mustafa, for me.
Yeah, he had a... Stream wouldn't have seen it, but how do I summarize this? Mustafa had a bit of a wash towards the end, but other than that, he had a good chase. It's nothing to overthrow a complete poor tire off into the dirt. So yeah, it's Mustafa.
So you are happy that Mustafa Amini gets the win, gentlemen, both of you?
Yeah.
Mustafa Amini, after that error from Emil, and I'm sorry, stream, we don't know what happened. The game just decided that that was the perfect moment to go, no, I don't want to play anymore. But it means that Mustafa Amini advances on to the Final Four to face Formula D's Chris Lycup. This is how your Final Four has shaped up. Here is your bracket as I drop that also down into the chat for everyone who is there. We are looking at Jamie Healey taking the win over Craig Fulghum, advancing on, knocking out the perennial winner Craig Fulghum to take on Alexander Yagaard in the Final Four, and Chris Lycup from Formula D taking on Mustafa Amini. We are going straight at it now. We are starting off with Jamie Healey versus Alexander Yagaard. Both of these guys, super aggressive line drivers. We are going to run straight through into this battle. It is all to play for. This is for a place in the final. Yeah, sorry about the crash, guys. We're back though. We're here. Jamie Healey coming up to the line. Alexander Yagaard coming up to the line. Dramatic events and unfoldings here at this Fern Bay racetrack. Close.
Hopefully, Alexander has left.
Okay, if we've got the other guys, we'll move straight on.
Oh, he said, I'm going to reconnect quickly. Game was upset about contacts. I'm not sure of that.
Alexander is just quickly reconnecting.
Yeah.
Okay. Considering some of the problems we had, because I just got ditched by the game as well. I had the same problem that you've been having, Anders, where it just froze and sent me off. So considering we've had that.
You know what? I found out that it freezes, but I can still interact with it.
Sad, which is fine for you, but doesn't really help me because I'm meant to be useful. So we arrive at the start cone in all its glory.
Well, I still have to go in and out because it's quite interesting trying to send people off the line when you can't see anything.
Yes. The light dildo of destiny just quivering gently there as we were looking at it. So we are back to the start. Jamie Healey comes up to the line in his GT86 2JZ powered to take on Alexander Yagaard in that 2J powered Stefan Stefanov Hero RPS 13 replica. This is for the place in the finals. They are ready. Here we go, folks. This is where it all starts to count. Jamie having some of his best runs towards the final here that he has ever had for us here at TGDC. Going for that flick initiation nicely onto that outside line, using all of the grip in that 2J powered GT86. But look at Alexander Yagaard staying in the fight as Jamie Healey gets nicely into clip 2. This transition is going to be crucial. Jamie just having a tiny correction there, but Alexander Yagaard's way too tight and ends up bumping up into Jamie as they come down through clip 4 into the decel here at 6. Jamie on good angle. Is he going to make it in? Yes, he does. Makes it nicely onto 7 and across the line. And wow, that had a bit of everything in that half of the battle.
That was great from everyone there.
This is what we came to see, is two top flight drivers absolutely kicking seven hells out of each other. The only thing for me, being as I am extraordinarily judgmental, just coming up
That
into 4
contact.
here, that contact, I definitely have a person in my mind who's at fault for that contact. And then coming down into this section, this is great. Seeing Jamie use all of that lock and the angle to pull himself in and onto that clip, that is a fantastic run. They are back at the start. We are going to switch over. Alexander Yagaard to lead. Jamie Healey to chase for a place in the final. The loser of this battle goes to the 3rd, 4th playoff. Let's see. Lights are green. It is go time for a place in the final. Jamie Healey chasing in Alexander Yagaard. Alex Yagaard not quite filling the start of that clip quite as well as Jamie in that first run, but Jamie staying in on that proximity. This is where we saw that contact as they come up the hill. Jamie sending it up the inside, managing to drop onto that rear quarter, but he's not quite got the proximity that Alexander Yagaard had as they came through that section. Now down into the decel. Is Jamie going to be able to make up for it? That GT86 not looking quite as gripped up as the RPS 13, and across the line. Well, so
I have a winner.
this is going to come down, isn't it, to whether we think that that was a big enough mistake by a driver in that first run.
I don't think it was. It wasn't a run-ending contact.
But it was wheels off on the inside edge.
You're going to make me go back to the replay now.
Caleb Dauphiné, do you have a winner? Oh, look at them kissing out on track. That's lovely. Friendliness between competitors.
Yeah, for me, so they both had phenomenal leads. Jamie didn't have nearly as much proximity as Alex in the chase. It would be all Alex's, but it's that hit.
See, for me, I don't know if he put wheels off. He put a bumper over and a wheel on the curb.
Caleb, your winner if you have one.
One more time.
One more time from Caleb Dauphiné. Chris Ennis.
I'd have said Alex for the win.
Chris Ennis says Alex, so that's a split decision. For me, that wheel drop and contact is roughly equal in my mind as a level of mistake, just because of how severely out of position he is to the gap that is opened up there. So I am going to say one more time.
Fair enough.
So they are going to go again. It is a one more time for a place in the final. BCM 2K8, thank you for the subscription. Welcome along. We are going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. These guys have got to do it all from the top. It is a one more time for a place in the final. Jamie Healey, desperate to go to sleep so that he can stop disturbing his young family who are there with him. His niece and nephew are trying to sleep while he's babysitting them. But he has got to go again, or he's got to pull out. He has definitely got this battle plus one more. The only question on how he's going to be disturbing his niece and nephew is whether that is for a place on the podium or for a place on the top step. And it comes down to the outcome from this battle. They are back at the start line. We will send them immediately. Jamie Healey versus Alexander Yagaard. It's going to come down to strength of lead run and proximity again, as it always does. PCNTRL, Aveen, welcome along. Thank you for the follow. They are off the line. This is big. This is for the place in the finals. They go for that flick initiation. Jamie Healey on a nice line again, but Alexander Yagaard's got the proximity, but he shortcut an awful lot of the track to get there as they come flying up through this position into the outside zone at 3. Nice line from Jamie Healey. Is Alexander Yagaard going to be able to stay in the right position this time? Yes, he is. He knows Jamie's got that line dialed now, but he manages to adjust for it as Jamie comes screaming in. This is going to be crucial. Is there a gap opening up as Jamie tucks up in onto 7? No, there isn't, and they're back round and across the line. Well, we had some runs earlier where drifting was the loser, but drifting is the winner with this one more time as these guys go at it again. This is a huge run from Jamie Healey in the lead position, but look at Alexander Yagaard slotting in onto that chase position, really keeping pinned right up onto his door as they come round and down into this final section. A fantastic run from both drivers. They're headed back round to the start. We are going at it. This is the second half of the one more time. Jamie Healey coming back round. That GT86, normally so fast compared to everything in the pack, is he going to have the pace to stay with Alexander Yagaard? They are under starters orders. They are ready to go. The lights go green. This is go time for the place in the final on this one more time battle. Alexander Yagaard goes for the flick initiation. Jamie Healey's trying to stay with him. Look at the proximity from Jamie Healey as he comes surging up into that first clip. He is not going to let Alexander Yagaard get away as Alexander Yagaard slots out onto clip 2. This is the transition onto 3. Has Jamie got the proximity this time? He did have, but look at that gap just start to open up there. Is that going to be run defining as he comes down? Big transition. Jamie Healey not able to keep it up, but that's a big slowdown by Alexander Yagaard and across the line. Look at that proximity from Jamie Healey in the first half of that run. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, pushing right up onto the door. Here's the transition, sending it up the inside, but there you can see in that section Alexander Yagaard has so much throttle control, so much grip, but Jamie manages to pull it all back into the major decel, and there is definitely a wobble from Alexander Yagaard as they come round and through. They're facing off again, not kissing this time. These guys know it means business. They are serious competitors. Caleb, Dauphiné, do you have a winner?
I do, but it's by such small margin.
That's what it comes down to when you got guys this good. It can come down to the tiniest of things. Chris Ennis, do you have a winner?
I'm just re-watching the fun again. Go on, Caleb, explain yours, and I'll.
And Chris will see if his mood has changed.
Yeah, it's almost the same as the last run. Super close to it one more time. But I think for me, this just by the tiniest amount that goes to Alex, because you know, they both have. Jamie has a phenomenal lead, arguably, actually better than Alex, because Alex. What makes it almost a one more time for me is that correction that Alex had. But then going back to Jamie, that gap was that was a gap.
He throws on too much angle at 4, which slows him right down, which I think possibly was the cause of the contact in the first battle. But you see, he throws on the angle, and that's when the gap appears.
You're saying that Alex throws too much angle?
No, Jamie throws on too much angle.
Yeah, in the chase position, Jamie does angle up a lot. So, the question. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Alexander
Yagaard gets 1. Caleb Dauphiné, your winner, please.
Yeah, again, by the smallest of margins.
So,
great from everyone, Alex.
Alexander Yagaard goes to the final. Jamie Healey goes to the 3rd, 4th playoff. Let's find out who they're each going to face. Chris Lycup or Mustafa Amini. This is for the last place in the final. As we go back, Chris Lycup is going to be first to lead. Mustafa Amini, having made it this far on some technical calls, he is looking so fast in that E92, but Chris Lycup has made almost no mistakes in the lead run all night, which means undoubtedly I have now cursed him. I have got a commentator's curse for you, and a commentator's curse for you. Commentator's curses for everybody. Let's see what happens. Can Chris Lycup buck the commentator's curse? He gets off the line in the lead position. These two large cars firing at it. Chris Lycup onto the outside line. Mustafa Amini checks up a little bit too much and just allows a gap to open up. But now Chris Lycup out onto that clip at 2. There's the big transition trying to get into it. Out to that outer zone as Mustafa Amini surges up, takes the angle off to get the proximity and then throws the angle back on. Left foot braking to stay with Chris Lycup, and that big SC300 floats its way down into that final clip and around across the line.
Chris with a weird correction at the end there.
Whew. That is an interesting run because it was not perfect from both people, but Chris Lycup on an overall very good line. Mustafa Amini though managing to keep that proximity and that pressure as we see on the potato cam. You can see the two dark shapes. I'm so sorry about potato cam, but Chris Lycup, yeah, as he comes through there, a little bit of a bobble, but I think it was just to help him push wide as he comes out to that outside section. So, Mustafa Amini to lead. Chris Lycup in the chase. Second half of this battle, the light goes green. Mustafa Amini is off the line. Chris Lycup in the chase position comes surging up. Look at the smoke coming off those tyres as they light it up on initiation. Mustafa Amini slots into the outside. Chris Lycup in a much better position than Mustafa was through chase position 1 as they come up into this transition. This is where Mustafa Amini has looked absolutely solid all night long as he manages to hook that massive angle whilst keeping the pace in the E92. Chris Lycup sends it up the inside. This is going to be the crucial point as Mustafa Amini totally fails to get to inside clip 7. Wow, that battle had a bit of everything. They are back. Let's rerun that replay. You can see the potato cam has decided to leave us this time. It's a much better quality. Oh, and just as I say that, it changes to potato cam. But Chris Lycup keeping that proximity really nicely through all of that section.
I've got a winner.
I've got a winner.
I'm going to ask it, Caleb Dauphiny, your winner, please.
Chris.
Chris Lycup gets 1 vote. Chris Ennis, your winner, please.
Chris.
Chris Lycup takes his win, is his first trip to the final with us here at Tsujigiri. He will be facing Alexander Yagaard, but first of all, Mustafa Amini must face off against Jamie Healey. That is going to be an interesting battle. 2 very different cars and 2 very different driving styles. This is how things have shaped up as we go through into the face-off here at the end. This is your bracket. It has all come down to this in the final. Alexander Yagaard versus Chris Lycup, but first, Jamie Healey to lead in Mustafa Amini. They are the correct way round. We're going to the playoff. They are underway. They are under starters' orders. Let's see it. The light goes green just in time as we cut back to it. Jamie Healey off the line, determined to get onto the podium for the first time in a really long time as he gets out there, but he doesn't quite fulfill outer zone 1. And then there's contact. That's contact as they come through to the second section there. Was that because of excessive left foot braking to keep the car on track as Jamie Healey now tries to bring that whole section back under control? Mustafa Amini's bringing the pressure in that big E92 as they come down the hill. Jamie Healey goes for the flick. Oh, and Mustafa Amini's facing the wrong way. Mustafa Amini has gone totally the wrong way. Let's have a look at this replay. There was so much happening in that run.
Not sure what happened with Mustafa there. I was riding.
I think he just caught a load of understeer.
His wheel fell off. He's just put in the chat that his wheel fell off. That is a massive mechanical failure. That is such a shame because he goes for the transition and then immediately ends up pointing the wrong way. Oh, Mustafa, we are so sorry to hear that. That comes under the racing gods giving you a bit of the classic mechanical failure. Oh, man.
That is how mechanical failures happen.
That is it. That is a real life moment of true horror.
At least it wasn't real life.
Yeah, a wheel falling off in real life. I mean, we saw that in Formula D yesterday. Anyone who watched that double wheel eject, that was fun to see on the Mustang. They are back round at the start. Mustafa has clearly re-secured his wheel. Ready to go. This is for a place on the podium.
Danny Maguire managed to do it at Three Sisters. He pulled his steering wheel off.
Yep, That is true. Here we go. The lights have gone green. It is go time. This is for the place on the podium. Can Jamie Healey capitalise on Mustafa Amini's sad mechanical failure at the end of that first part of the run? And was there a 0 by Jamie Healey at the beginning of the run? That's the question. Was it a 3-wheel drop or was it just 2 wheels after the contact? This is what it's going to come down to. Jamie Healey pushing incredibly hard. He clearly thinks that he has got the disadvantage because he is pushing so hard into this section as Mustafa Amini runs wide. Jamie Healey pushes up onto the door and across the line. Gentlemen, if you have a winner, message it to me.
I want to see what you're talking about. Drop you're talking about here.
Commentator's curse.
I think I have a winner, but saying Jamie dropped.
So after the contact in turn 1 when Jamie was leading, there was a wheel drop.
Okay, yeah, that's still okay.
So, these two drivers sat here.
Actually, do you want it in DMs or do you want it?
Just send it to me. In DMs is fine. Okay, I have a message from Chris. And I have a message from Caleb. Chris, could you please let Anders know that we have a winner and to keep both of those drivers on the server? As Jamie does donuts, we do have a 3rd place driver. We know the first step of the podium. Now, let's find out how the rest of that podium shapes up as we move on. Who will get the top step today? Who is destined to stand slightly in their shadow? We head back to the start line as Chris Lycup, Formula D driver, will chase in, so we're the other way around. It's Chris Lycup to chase in first, Mustafa Amini to lead. They are under starters orders. Mustafa Amini on the right of your screen, Chris Lycup on the left. The lights go green. It is go time. This is your final. I know it still says playoff. I will change that on the next run through, but they are coming through now. That is absolutely storming line from Mustafa Amini as they come round and through onto that outside line. Here's the transition across. From Mustafa Amini. That is from Alexander Yagaard. I do apologise, everybody. That is entirely my fault as Alexander Yagaard gets that enormous line sorted. Chris Lycup trying to hang on to his coattails as they come through that section and across the line. I do apologise. Tripped over my own commentator's thing because I was looking at the wrong thing. It was all my fault. I was looking at the wrong thing. But here, as we go back to the replay, you can see Chris Lycup chasing in onto Alexander Yagaard. Alexander Yagaard got the lead through that first section. That car is incredibly fast. Chris Lycup managing to hold with him, having to shallow up a little bit as they come up through 3 and 4, but keeping that proximity really nice. But that is Alexander Yagaard absolutely drilling that lead line, dropping a little bit wide into that final section and across the line. So, Alexander Yagaard will now chase in Chris Lycup. They are on the line. This should be the final pull of the night. They're under starters' orders.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse for everybody. You get one, you get one. All of you get a commentator's curse. I'm like the Oprah of commentator's curses. Here we go. Chris Lycup off the line in the lead position in that SC300. Alexander Yagaard in the chase position. They come firing through. Chris Lycup nicely onto that outside line. A little bit of a wobble from Alexander Yagaard there, but he's right on that proximity. Very similar to the first run, but Chris Lycup fails to make it into clip 2 cleanly. Nicely out there. Oh, there's contact! There's contact!
My game lagged then.
Mine did not.
I'm going straight back to the replay.
You did it. You really did it this time.
Oh, God.
Commentator's curse.
Oh, God.
Oh.
The lights go green. This is it. Sadly, it's on Spud Cam, but we can't do anything about that. That's just the bitrate from the automatic downgrade. Chris Lycup on that outside line. Oh God, I wish I had this in better camera. He fails to make it into 2. His transition's clean into 3. He's on the throttle, and there is definitely contact. That is absolutely what spins him out there. The question is going to be, was that his fault? Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you if you have a winner.
I do.
Chris Ennis?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you both message me your winner, please?
Oh, and then it goes perfect clarity after the bump.
Okay, I can confirm we have a unanimous winner. Could you, Chris, please ask Anders to get those guys to stay there and for Jamie and Mustafa to go and join them on track?
There's only this tiny bit of a problem that Mustafa just yeeted off the face of the earth without saying anything.
Okay, that's fine. Send Jamie round anyway. We have a winner. We do, in fact, have a winner. We will get these guys round. Jamie Healey's going to come and join these drivers on the line. I can confirm that we have a unanimous this evening. That is the sound of things saving in the background. Here is Jamie Healey, and it is fitting that he has joined us because I can confirm that Jamie Healey took the bottom step of the podium this evening. Massive congratulations to him. That is his first podium with us here at TGDC. Now, in the final that didn't shape up how we were looking at, we have ended up with this strange situation, but we do have a winner. And I can confirm your winner this week is a driver in a black and purple car, and it is Chris Lycup. Chris Lycup gets the win. The man from Formula D defeats Alexander Yagaard in that dramatic final. Alex just pushing too hard up into that outer zone. We have now got ourselves the winner there. Congratulations to Chris Lycup. Congratulations to Alexander Yagaard and to Jamie Healey and to all our drivers, including Mustafa Amini, who sadly didn't stay on to join us for the camera shot at the end. But congratulations to all of those guys for their fantastic driving all night. That has been one of our best events in a really long time. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you to all of our team sponsors. So to Eclipse Motorsport, to Accelera Tire, to Grams Performance, to Enemed Race Fuels, and to Fibre Factory for all of their support. Thank you very much to Chris and Caleb for judging this evening. I hope you had a good time.
I loved it. These new cars are great. Everything, all of them performed great.
Brilliant.
Well, I wish Mustangs went a little further in. But
more Mustangs. And thank you very much to Anders Unger, as always, for his support with all of the stuff that he does behind the scenes for the drivers on the start line and to wrangle them in the background. That is us for this evening for TGDC. If you want to stick around and join us for Formula D, we're going to end up here. We're going to close out with our normal closing scene, and then we're going to take 2 minutes and we're going to come straight back in and we're going to restream all of my reactions to the horror show that is undoubtedly Formula D in the wet at the moment in Englishtown. Thank you to all of you guys. Thank you to our Patreons. Thank you. Just effusive. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to everyone for watching. And we will see you very soon so that we can be incredibly critical of guys spending enormous amounts of money to be competitive at the highest level in the US. So you stay right there. We will be back very, very soon. Thank you very much for coming and good evening for now.